All right, welcome to the stream. How's your week going?
Not dead yet.
Not dead yet.
Yeah, I've just been sitting back and watching events as they unfold. It's interesting to be talking about Death Drive with everything going on, and I don't mean just the protests. I mean coronavirus. There's so many different aspects of what's currently happening that we can view in terms of libidinal economy, death drive, pleasure, and so I think it'll be a timely discussion.
Right, and so the title of today's stream is Death Drive, Jacques Lacan, Slavoj Žižek, and Todd McGowan. Obviously, at this point, this is part 3 of a series on Jacques Lacan. We have referenced Slavoj Žižek up until now, but now there is a new name. And before I ask you to kind of talk about this new name, this Dr. Todd McGowan, before we do that, I just wanted to say, I'm curious. What do you think we should recommend people who are joining this stream right now without having watched the first 2 or listened to the first 2 segments?
Okay, so yeah, I was thinking about this. First, I just want to say before I forget, we didn't want to put 4 names in the title, but obviously, of course, Sigmund Freud is the one who came up with the concept of death drive, and so we're going to talk about Freud's fundamental contribution. I mean, I think death drive is one of the great concepts in the history of humanity, and so obviously it should be Freud, but it's like once you start getting 4 names in the title, it's a little too much. And the reason I insisted on going with McGowan's name is because we'll get to it in a minute, but McGowan released a lecture on death drive you can listen to here on YouTube, and it's absolutely fantastic, and we're gonna kind of follow in his footsteps here as we discuss it, because I was preparing to do Cleve and I have been discussing the idea of doing a death drive stream for a long time, and I've been putting together notes piece by piece for a while now, but about a month ago McGowan up and released a lecture on death drive, and it's just amazing. So we're going to base what we're doing here off of what he did, because it would be impossible, I think, for me to have a better structure to a death drive lecture than the structure of his. So we'll come back to that. As far as what somebody should do, I'm going to still try to approach this almost as a standalone lecture. In some ways, I don't think we're going to need as many of the concepts we used in the first 2 lectures here. This is really just an introduction to death drive, and maybe down the road we'll come back, because we could do a couple more lectures on death drive. Like, this is just an introductory one. For example, Lacan, we'll see as we move into here, but there's 4 primary drives that Lacan talks about: oral drive, anal drive, scopic drive, and so there's 4 altogether. And he says that every drive is a death drive. So death drive is something at work in the 4 primary drives, but because we're just doing an introduction to death drive, we're not going to go into each specific drive. That's a lecture on its own, and that would be too complicated and too much right now to get into. And so we're just going to focus on death drive. And so I honestly don't think the work we did in the first 2 lectures is required here, because as we saw in the first 2, right, once you get into these Lacanian concepts, they all kind of tie together. But for whatever reason, I think we can kind of do this in a way that's isolatable. And yet, if you do listen to this one first and you go back, you'll start to be able to plug it in to what we already did. So I think this one actually just happens to serve as a standalone, if you
One thing.
want standalone.
So Anarchist Tech Support's asking, why not just use Thanatos then? All those four names condensed into one topic. I've seen that old Greek name used to describe the death drive so many times, and usually paired with Euros.
Yeah, and we're definitely gonna touch on that. I guess because what we were going for isn't, I mean, Thanatos is synonymous with death drive, but we wanted to list the main thinkers we were going to be discussing. Death drive is such a huge concept and has had so much impact on psychoanalysis in general that you could do a whole series of lectures on what other psychoanalysts have done with it. But of course, because, you know, I operate in this Freudian, Lacanian, Žižekian context, and Todd McGowan is very much a kind of Žižekian, Lacanian, Hegelian. He's very much, his framework is very similar to Žižek's, and so McGowan's in this same tradition or this same context, and so that's why we wanted to list those names, is because you have this chain of thinkers that have developed this concept in their own unique ways, and yet they're all kind of developing it together in a sense.
Well, and we'll get more into how it breaks down into those four different names as well. But I think that death drive, if you say, though death drive might be synonymous with Thanatos, you don't, it doesn't necessarily, if you say Thanatos, insinuate that fourfold division, right? Like, because that's kind of that's a Freudian like way of dissecting this. And then obviously we're more interested in the way that Lacan brings it into his work. So,
and if I remember correctly, Freud never even used Thanatos to refer to death drive. It's one of his followers ended up calling it that, I believe. And I don't, maybe Lacan uses Thanatos, but I mean, Žižek does. I've got a quote we're going to talk about where he uses it, but yeah, if I remember correctly, Freud didn't ever even use that term. He used eros all the time, but I think Thanatos is a good word for it. I like it. So
yeah, no, totally. So I've got a couple of, well, it also makes me think of Thanos, which is kind of
I know, and that's the whole thing, is like Thanos is very much death drive. Okay. Yeah, it's it's fitting in that regard.
Cool.
You know?
Well, okay, I want to say a couple of quick notes, good for the order here before people arrive. So okay. First thing, welcome everybody. This is Theory Plebe, and you're joined by The Dangerous Maybe. This is part 3 in our Introduction to Lacan series. As we've said before, Lacan has potentially the most, what adjective do you use? Most sophisticated, rigorous, systematic, I don't know what you call it, but
I'll get all of those. Theory of subjectivity, as I put it, you know.
Yeah, which is important for obviously thinking about subjectivization and how that works. And so obviously, I just did a stream a couple of days ago about liberalism and the end of history and the possibilities for a new left and all of that. And one of the big things that I'm always thinking about is subjectivization. We can't talk about doing things different. We can't talk about realistic possibilities if we don't understand how we have been subjectivized, how that is done, and what kinds of possibilities that obstructs, but also opens up. All right. Well, I'm gonna do a switch to the whiteboard here, so I can kind of take notes as we go. But while I'm getting set up, you wanna set the basis here for where have we been? Where are we going? What's going on here?
Okay, so we have been doing a series of lectures on Jacques Lacan, and in the first lecture, we talked about his 3 registers: the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real. And I always preface it by saying, for lack of a better term, those are the 3 key areas, domains, orders that make up the human psyche or the human condition. Those aren't the best words, because when you say psyche, you tend to think of some sort of like enclosed space, and that's far from what he's doing. But we could say that those are the 3 main dimensions or aspects, areas of human reality, of human ontology. again, he would even probably have problems with that. But simply put, they're the three main aspects of what it is to be human. So we talked about the three registers or the three orders in the first lecture, and then in the second one we moved into fantasy, and here we're going to do death drive. And so with each one of these, we've just been discussing some new aspect of Lacanian theory. And so I wanted to talk about this one because I think it's really important. I think when you get a good understanding of death drive, it forever changes how you view yourself, how you view others, how you view society. And I think it's a crucial concept in understanding what happens in politics. This is why Zizek uses it time and time again. I was telling Plebe earlier that I haven't read all of Zizek's books yet, but I'm willing to bet that in all 50 of them, I think he's up to 50 books now, he does something with death drive. He's always going back to death drive to analyze what it is to be human, or how politics works, or how ideology works. And so death drive's of fundamental importance. So it's often misunderstood, and it has it has a whole array of interpretations. And so what we're going to do here is, based on Todd McGowan's fantastic lecture, and based on his lecture, we're going to move through the key thinkers who have used this concept. So here's one of the most important things that needs to just be stated up front. Whenever you go read Freud, there is a fundamental problem in the translation. The official translation was translated by James Strachey, and I think the most famous mistake he makes in his translations of Freud is that he translates the word Trieb, which is Freud's word for drive. He translates Trieb as instinct, but the problem is, in German, there's a word for instinct. It's instinct just spelled with a K instead of a C. And so Freud made this absolutely crucial fundamental distinction between instincts, which are like animal instincts or just basic biological needs, right? You have an instinct to have a certain amount of food each day, right? So all of that kind of stuff. And Freud was saying there's this other kind of impulse inside of us that is not reducible to biological instincts, and he calls this drive. And again, his term for it was Trieb, but in the English translations, both instinct and drive, the German, instinct and Trieb, get translated with the same word, instinct.
Disaster.
It's completely confusing.
Yeah. Lacan picks up on this because we've been reading Seminar 11 together, right? So
yeah,
he talks about it in there.
Here.
Yeah.
Here, I wonder if I just right off can find that quote, because
I think Americans are just generally pretty aware of the idea of instinct, and there's like, there's nature versus nurture. Some stuff seems like it's probably somewhat instinctual, but there's that general idea that humans have to learn, whereas creatures who don't have big frontal cortexes, they just inherit instincts, right?
Exactly. So I mean, okay, I found it. It's on page 49 of Lacan's Seminar 11, and he says, those who do not know German should read it in the English translation. You will find this translation, I say this in passing, quite entertaining. You will see, for example, that the translation of instinct for Trieb and instinctual for Triebhat has so many drawbacks for the translator that although it is maintained throughout quite uniformly, thus basing the whole edition on a complete misunderstanding, since Trieb and instinct have nothing in common, the discord becomes so impossible at one point that the implications of a sentence cannot be carried through by translating Triebhat as instinctual. And so a footnote becomes necessary. At the beginning of the next paragraph, the word Trieb is much more revealing of urgency than the word instinctual. Trieb gives you a kick in the arse, my friends, quite different from so-called instinct. That's how psychoanalytic teaching is passed on. And so he's saying so many people have made a fundamental mistake in understanding death drive throughout the psychoanalytic tradition in the English-speaking world because of this terrible translation and the blurring of the line between this distinction Freud makes between drive and instinct. And so that's, if you go try to read Freud, you'll often be surprised, like, I don't see the word drive, and it's there in the German, it's just not translated. And so that's a problem, super huge problem in trying to understand Freud accurately. So, and Lacan right there at the end, he's saying, like, so much bullshit in the English-speaking world concerning psychoanalysis comes from this misunderstanding, this mistranslation of drive and instinct. So yeah, it's just super important to say up front.
Yeah, the Freud taught in high school or colleges in the United States is not the Freud of Lacan, to say the least.
And we'll see this as we get more into the quotes later on and we develop this, but the point is that an instinct is a natural phenomenon, that it's part of an organism's basic biological makeup. And so drive is not natural, it's not part of nature. At the same time, as we'll see, it's not part of culture either. It's in between. It's this weird third space within us as human beings that is neither reducible to our biological, natural side, nor to the purely cultural side either. So drive is some third thing, as we'll come to see.
All right. Yeah, because that would usually be the distinction, is instinct versus culture.
Yeah, or nature versus culture, exactly. And so the point is that death drive kind of exists between the two. There's like this in-between space, this almost like limbo. I mean, Zizek calls it the night of the world. He thinks Hegel discovered it. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves, so we'll come back to that shortly. So here's the best way to start in understanding death drive. There is a distinction between pleasure principle and death drive, or we should say between pleasure and jouissance. And so if on the board, if you want to start making, you just draw a line and you put a set of terms on. This is a real binary kind of approach, but it's very, very helpful in coming to understand.
Is this the one we did with homeostasis versus the limits, with law versus drive, desire versus? This is that. And
that's all. Yeah, exactly. That's all tricky. But like, okay, so here's what we'll say is that pleasure principle is obviously geared towards pleasure. Death drive is geared towards jouissance or enjoyment. And again, I prefer to use the French term because that's, I think enjoyment is confusing.
There's no point. Also,
are synonymous,
Don't look it up on Google. That's not going to be helpful. It's actually going to be misleading. I tried. So jouissance is not just, I think it just says intense pleasure, which is like, yes, true, but because this is a juxtaposed to pleasure, it actually doesn't make sense. It actually just leads us astray. So,
and I mean, this is fundamental to this distinction. We will explain what we're getting at in a second. You start off with pleasure on one side and then jouissance on the other. And what correlates to that immediately is pleasure principle obviously correlates to pleasure, and death drive correlates to jouissance. Okay, so here's what we have. Freud has a very specific concept of pleasure, and Lacan, Zizek, McGowan, they're all going to have this same concept of pleasure. What pleasure is for Freud, and for the rest of them, is it's getting rid of excitation in the body. It's a state of calm. It's a state of balance, homeostasis, and that's I mean, the crucial way to think of pleasure is just this ability to have, like, in our bodies, a lack of excitation. And so it's homeostasis, it's balance. but there's all these other things that connect to pleasure, right? So it's only when we have a lack of excitation that we can actually be rational, right? When we have too much excitement in us, whether it be, regardless of what kind it is, when you're overly excited, you can't really be rational. So pleasure and rationality go together. So at the same time, having a lack of excitation, being able to be rational, to be coherent, to be calm, that's also what is in our good, right? This is why utilitarianism and all these kind of philosophies akin to it make this connection between the good and pleasure and reason, because what you find is our libidinal economies, our bodies, only can really behave rationally, can really pursue our self-interest within a certain kind of state. And that state is a lack of excitation. It's when you're calm, it's when you're comfortable. And so the pleasure principle is always seeking this. It's always seeking a lack of excitation. So this is where you get into, like, well, wait, I thought you seemed like you're contrasting pleasure to jouissance, but I thought it was pleasure principle versus reality principle. There is a certain tension or friction between the pleasure principle and the reality principle, but here's how it works. They both ultimately work together to serve the pleasure principle. They form a unit. Pleasure principle says, I want to, evacuate excitation immediately, right? So whether it's sexual or whatever kind of excitation, pleasure is seeking to get back to a homeostatic state as quickly as possible. Of course, whatever it may be, maybe you're super hungry, right? And that the hunger pains have built up this intense feeling of excitation in your body, right? That's the way that we could talk about it. And you don't have any food near you, and somebody's eating a sandwich and across the street, and you're like, well, the pleasure principle says just go steal the sandwich so you can return back to a homeostatic state. And of course, reality principle is going, you can't just walk around stealing people's food. You got to wait to eat, so just deal with it. But ultimately, the reality principle is trying to protect the pleasure principle from getting itself into trouble, right? If you just try to find immediate gratification, you're going to, it's not really in your self-interest. So
it's just, to me, it was always kind of like, it honestly, like, calling it the pleasure, the reality principle just makes it sound so much more, I don't know, almost it's just like jargon instead of just, but what is it really? It's whenever people go, oh, I get that you want that, but there's reality, oh, sounds good on paper, but like in reality, like people always do this. And then, it's like,
you call it practicing principle.
Well, yeah, I want to have fucking champagne and caviar every day. It's not happening, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah. And so the point is, though, yeah, you have this immediate impulse to evacuate all excitation from your body, to return to homeostasis. You obviously can't do that without jeopardizing social relations, your social position, and so on and so forth. So the reality principle is there to just help the pleasure principle seek its goals in a way that sustains pleasure in the long run, right? It's almost like pleasure principle is short-term thinking, reality principle is long-term thinking, but they're both ultimately trying to seek the same state of pleasure, homeostasis, balance, equilibrium, lack of excitation. And so
both the reality and the pleasure principle are both trying to achieve that? Is that what you said?
Yeah. And so even though there's a friction between them, they ultimately are on the same side. They're both trying to establish the same state in the body and in the psyche. So that's the way I think of it. Pleasure principle and reality principle. One is short-term, one's long-term thinking. And but their aim is ultimately the same, which is have pleasure in the body. And so when you think about this, right, there's other things that follow. So, and we should also say, while you're, we're making these connections, eros is what is meant by pleasure here. Like eros and pleasure are the same thing. And for Freud's whole, the whole 20 years or so of his career, the first 20 years, everything was focused around pleasure. And pleasure, obviously, it has to do with, I want to be in a safe, secure state. I want to be able to be functional. I need to be in a state where I'm useful and I'm able to use things. So this kind of state gets associated with safety, security, functionality, usefulness, happiness, right? This is how it's associated with the good, with the rational. And so it's also associated with our self-preservation, with self-interest. So you see all of these different things get tied together under what Freud called pleasure. And again, kind of zoom out, it's just our ability to make rational decisions, to, be flexible, to be useful, to function in society, to procure our own good, maintain a balance within ourselves and within our relationships to others, right? And this is what he saw for the first chunk of his career. But in 1920, he finally comes to the point where he's like, okay, here's the issue. My clinical work shows that although I have thought that human beings seek pleasure, and that's the primary thing, my experience dealing with patients has shown there's something else going on here, that humans are constantly sabotaging their pleasure, doing things that are irrational, doing things that go against their good and their self-interest, that constantly break down their homeostasis, that break down their safety and security in the world. And this is where death drive gets formulated, because he saw too many different clinical phenomena that made him realize, like, there has to be something beyond the pleasure principle, right? That's the name of the book. And the beyond of the pleasure principle is death drive. And so now in this book, he makes this huge revelation, which is there's some other principle at work in us that goes against the pleasure principle. This other principle actually seeks our self-destruction. It self-sabotages. It seeks imbalance and disequilibrium and excess. It obviously behaves in ways to us that seem irrational. And it constantly is producing an excess of excitation. It's constantly building up sensation and excitation in the body and in the psyche. And this obviously involves danger, risk, dysfunctionality, uselessness, waste, suffering, and a kind of like repetition compulsion. And so this is death drive, this is Thanatos. And it often, it's primarily associated with jouissance, right? So to understand death drive, we got to understand jouissance. Well, we've talked about it before, but let's get an idea of what it is here. So again, pleasure is homeostasis in the body. It's a lack of excitation. Jouissance is, as they put it, it's pleasure to the point of pain. And sometimes the terms pleasure and enjoyment and jouissance, sometimes they're used interchangeably and it's confused, but Lacanians have more and more come to make certain terminological distinctions, right? Pleasure is what we've been describing, but jouissance is something else, and it's usually translated as enjoyment. I don't think that's a great word, because enjoyment carries too many almost like lighthearted connotations. Jouissance is very intense. It's very problematic. It's traumatic. Zizek always is calling it traumatic because it can so destabilize your life and the lives of those around you. And yet, in a sense, we'll see that it's without jouissance, life almost wouldn't be worth living for us. So there's a lot of ambiguity and complexity when it comes to this. But you and I have talked about this recently, where most Lacanians, when you start talking about jouissance, they want to say, well, in French, jouissance has this very strong, intense sexual connotation, and it even like connotes orgasm. The problem, though, in making this the kind of connection in the English-speaking world for us, is that we limit the concept of sexuality to very specific acts. And psychoanalysis has a very, very broad concept of sexual enjoyment, of human sexuality. And so jouissance is just an overabundance of excitation in the body, to the point where it's like it's fucking up your life. It's destabilizing things. It's not allowing you to function properly. And so that's kind of the basic way to think about these two. Again, McGowan, that's the basic definitions he gives. Pleasure is a lack of excitation in the body. Jouissance is excessive excitation in the body, excessive stimulation in the body. And it is sexual in this broad sense of the term, but the example I used when we were talking last time, there are certain people who can't go drive in traffic without, I'm not saying they really do road rage, but they're always pissed off. They're always mad and fuming while they're driving in rush hour traffic. And yet I know people who they like to actually put themselves in this situation, even though they would say it drives them crazy.
It's like there's sometimes when someone's like they didn't mean to trigger a rant from me, and it's like my rant is like kind of unrelated. I just wanted to go on this rant right now.
Exactly.
Like maybe that's not, maybe this is actually the wrong place, but sorry, I just literally wanted to. Yeah.
Exactly. Right. And so what you find is that certain states that we would when we're calm, like when we're speaking right here, we would both say, well, that's an unpleasurable state, but it's not unpleasurable in the sense of like getting your leg sawed off, right? It's not like it doesn't work like that. You actually enjoy it, right? And so there's a lot of forms of jouissance, which is again excessive excitation, that don't line up with what we usually think of as like intense sexual enjoyment. And so that's my only issue with saying, oh, it's intense sexual enjoyment, because I think that's very misleading to people who are new to psychoanalysis.
Well, straight up, this first several times that I saw, well, for years, I thought it was basically just like, this is just BDSM shit. This is just sadomasochism. Like, that's all this is. Like, that's because that's kind of how people talk about it sometimes. And
that involves jouissance. It does, but that's certainly not what it's reducible to.
Yeah. Yeah. This might be a little tangential here, but someone on the Twitch chat. And by the way, folks, if you want to get into the on-screen chat, it's at theoryofplebe.com/live. This is being restreamed to both Twitch and YouTube. I have removed affiliate status with Twitch, so I don't get paid from them anymore. Same thing with YouTube. So all of my content is no longer monetized. It's purely patron funded, and right now we have a little dono thing for pizza. It says buy us pizza. If you do the exclamation point buy us pizza in the chat on Twitch or on YouTube, it doesn't work on my personal site, not just yet. You'll be able to get the link to the thing, so that if you were to want to do that, then it would go to the donation bar. But anyway, I wanted to tie it back to the Twitch chat really quick here, because what's the name of this? Shredosaurus 69, great name. Shredosaurus 69 was talking about trolling, about jouissance and trolling. And I've been kind of thinking about how like it's interesting how one person's jouissance can be another person's pleasure. And maybe vice versa, but I haven't thought a lot about that. So, but anyway.
Here's what you would say, though, right? I mean, just based off what we've said so far, if you ask somebody why they're trolling, most of them would say something like, "Well, I actually want to affect some sort of change, or I'm actually like, yeah, it's like this kind of childish trolling thing, but I'm trying to stand for certain values, all this kind of stuff. But we all know they just enjoy it, right? It's just about the kind of excessive excitation they get from owning the libtards, right? It's not really value based. It's just about this enjoyment that their libidinal economies have become fixated on. And so it's just the enjoyment of pissing people off that they're really after. But that's the thing with death drive and with jouissance, is when we're actually confronted with why we do what we do, we always want to give it some lofty idea, right? Even trolls, even, and you know, as ridiculous as they are, they even want to do it. They act like they do it for some reason. Of course, once in a while you find one that's just honest and would just say, oh, I do it because I enjoy it, right? But most of the time, this is what psychoanalysis is going to show, and we're going to see this more and more as we get deeper into the lecture, is the thing that you think you're aiming at that is going to give you enjoyment isn't really what you're aiming at. You're aiming at this thing that's off to the side, and that's where your source of jouissance or excitation is actually at. And it's this misdirection thing we're constantly doing. The thing we think we want isn't actually what we want. We don't want to get the thing we want. We want to circle it or pursue it in a certain way. And that very pursuit, or as Lacan calls it, that circuit, right? That's what it's an end in itself for death drive. Death drive doesn't want to satisfy the expectation. It wants to keep building it up. So just the build up and excitation itself is the goal, but it doesn't seem like that. Like, it wants to act like the goal is something else. And so we'll talk about this more, but basically what you think you're aiming at isn't what you're really aiming at. And so you see that in trolling all the time, that really they just enjoy it, and that's as deep as it goes.
Oh my God, thank you, I Am Object, for the donation of $20 towards our pizza fund.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome. So cool. All right, I think I'm tracking with you so far.
Okay, so here's the thing. Again, at some point, I would like to do a list, right, where you know, there's pleasure, there's jouissance, there's self-preservation, there's self-destruction, there's self-interest, there's self-sabotage, eros and thanatos, balance and imbalance, right? You can it is a very binary logic, but in this case, it's trying to say that our libidinal economies, in a sense, are stretched on a continuum, and that it's always trying to go from one extreme to the other. The one extreme is no excitation in the body, and the other one is like overabundant, excessive excitation. Mm-hmm. And it's like we're torn between these two impulses and going in different directions. This is why being like Nadia and Russian Doll, life is a fucking nightmare. Being a person is a fucking nightmare. She's tapped into this problem where we're always moving in two different directions. Part of us wants stability, safety, security, pleasure, balance. The other part wants to blow it all apart. And this is part of what makes us human and not merely animals, right? Animals are just tapped in to pleasure, right? You don't see animals self-destruct in the way that human beings do. And that's the thing. So it's very easy to go pleasure good, death drive bad, but that's not the case at all. Sometimes we need death drive to help us out of a situation. Sometimes our death drive gets completely out of control and we need more balance and pleasure. And so it's always going to be going case by case to determine it. And so we got to refrain from making these moralistic categorizations of these two principles, because sometimes it's precisely the lack of death drive that's the problem in the situation, and other times it's reversed. So it just depends on the individual.
So being human is being torn between these two things at any given time. And I'm kind of thinking about it just like in just, you know, my average everyday experience. It's like I could eat at this time because that would be probably the wiser time to eat. or whatever. It would probably pace my eating in the day out better. But I actually get more pleasure from eating that food if I'm hungrier. So I actually push myself like further. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, think about it like this. Say you're sitting there and you're going, okay, I am working on an essay, and this is crucial to my grade, and my grade is crucial to my future. I need to make good grades, right? There's some part of you that's like, yeah, but take a break. Go watch some TV or play some video game, right? And the death drive, the enjoyment it gets is just from sabotaging your self-interest. And you can always justify these kind of moments where you're like, yeah, but I'm going to use what I'm learning in the video game, or I'm going to use the movie in the essay, but you usually don't. It's just bullshit you tell yourself, because the enjoyment is precisely in, self-sabotaging. And we do this shit to ourselves all the time. And most of the time it's not that it doesn't ruin our lives, but other times it completely does. And it's really problematic when these different principles are at work in politics, and one of them gets out of control. We're seeing a lot of that with what's going on in the world right now. So these concepts have so much explanatory power that I think it's a good thing that we're discussing them right now.
Two things about chat. Juan says, I thought Žižek was here. He's here with us in spirit, but even if you were with him, even if he was in this stream, you probably wouldn't find out half as much as you're about to find out about Death Drive, because he doesn't usually explain what he's talking about. He just kind of assumes an audience that knows. So this is if you want to get inside of the man's mind, this is probably the way to do it. So welcome to the chat. And to Nuo, I don't know how to pronounce your name, by the way, but yeah, you can see it now. So on the right-hand side, it says pleasure to the point of pain. Sometimes my handwriting is indecipherable, so I had to rewrite it. But Nero also asks, or says, Bataille talks so much about this. Talks a lot about jouissance. Yeah, well, I'm sure Bataille was probably sitting in on Lacan's seminars, right?
No. Honestly, Bataille influenced Lacan on this stuff.
Oh, really?
And a lot of Lacan's insights were gleaned from Bataille. And look, there's a lot of interpersonal drama between Bataille and Lacan. And so a lot of the insights that he got from Bataille, he doesn't credit him for because of drama. But Lacan ended up marrying Bataille's ex-wife. And it's very obvious they were sleeping together behind his back before they were divorced or whatever, as far as I understand it. And so, yeah, there's a lot of interpersonal shit going on there.
The jouissance there, right? Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah. And so Bataille is of fundamental importance here. And, it's one of the ways I like the idea of connecting Baudrillard to Lacan is through that medium of Bataille, because Lacan's concept of death drive and jouissance is obviously influenced by Bataille. I'm not saying they're the same. I think there's some important little differences there, but Bataille also deeply influenced Baudrillard's concept of symbolic exchange, and that's a really important concept for me. And so in the book I'm working on, I think I'm going to have to, at some point, talk about the relationship of jouissance to symbolic exchange, and it'll be through Bataille that I try to do that. And so, yeah, that's just a good observation. And
and my take on the situation is that there is always a lot of drama between all of the French intellectuals, and that ultimately they are all affecting one another and working in the same milieu as one another a lot more than we usually realize, right?
It is interesting, right? Because you see this different structure to the history of German philosophy, and then in post-war French philosophy. And this is where D&G's concepts are really helpful, I think. German philosophy has a very arborescent structure, right? It's like you start with the root, and I guess we could say like with German philosophy, I mean, maybe it's a little arbitrary, but we could say Leibniz, right? And then Leibniz branches off to Kant, and then Kant to Fichte, then Fichte to Schelling, then Schelling to Hegel, and then Hegel to Schopenhauer, and then Schopenhauer to Nietzsche, and then Husserl shows up, and then Heidegger branches off from Husserl, and it has a very chronological, tree-like structure to it, right? Whereas the French is a very rhizomatic structure. Right. They're all making connections simultaneously with each other, and it's much easier almost to study one German philosopher than it is to study one French post-war philosopher, because there's so many simultaneous connections being made with the French thinkers that you don't have that with the Germans as much.
Well, this is, first of all, absolutely the case, and second of all, it's why I spent so long trying to just write off the French philosophers to not. That's the thing, is like, I don't want to have to fuck with them because they're such a pain in the ass to read, and
most of the time they're talking about each other without naming each other.
Yeah. It's tremendous. Anyway, it's tremendous, obnoxious, tremendously obnoxious. But whatever. We don't get to choose who it turns out had like such a great impact on the development of everything we're doing here. So, oh wow.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what we've done, we've kind of set the context. Now, as we move forward, I want to read some quotes so you can actually see these thinkers say this stuff for themselves. Cool. But I also want to move through, thanks to Todd McGowan's lecture again for giving this kind of blueprint to discuss these things.
One thing before you do dive into your quotes,
okay.
I just want to. So we've spent a lot of time here, like kind of laying out the difference between pleasure and jouissance, and that's kind of where we're at so far. People just joining the stream, you can go to my personal site and then drag it backwards and then fast forward if you want to catch up on any of that. But the main topic is death drive, and death drive like is not just jouissance; it's related to it. We're about to get into this a lot deeper, but also I just wanted to kind of say, like, in the midst of a global pandemic and a national string of protests rising up, there's a lot of pressure building all around for everybody. We live in a lot of intensities today, and death drive can really, really take over. Like, what we're talking about is something that's very, very fucking real. And if as we go further, it doesn't really like resonate, like it, then maybe it's never truly just consumed you yet. But what's the Lacan says it starts with a.
No, it's so funny you mentioned it because that's exactly the quote. It's the one that I forgot to get, and we'll read it right here. So, okay. This is his famous quote about jouissance. He says, "It begins with a tickle and ends in a blaze of petrol. That's always what jouissance is. A blaze of petrol is like a huge explosion, right? But it begins with a tickle." And so it's that quote from Prometheus, big things have small beginnings. So this kind of like tapping into jouissance, right? It's usually not that big of a deal, the first instance, but it can just go from 0 to 100 like that. And he's talking about how jouissance can just consume us in certain situations. And it's like just a rapid snowball effect. Oh, okay. Music came in for a second.
Yeah. Just kabam. Blaze of glory. Yeah.
So, yeah. Let's see. So yeah, that's really, it's almost just like this impulse to just like explode into a blaze of glory, right? Like, I feel like a lot of times classic heavy metal conveys this really well, that kind of music. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, but it's always this back and forth between the two. So I want to read these quotes. These are kind of some of the bare essentials to see what we've said so far. So again, pleasure principle. In Seminar 7, Lacan says, the pleasure principle is presented to us as possessing a mode of operation which is precisely to avoid excess, too much pleasure. Now, again, this is where you get into the terminological problem, because it's like he just said pleasure principle is seeking to avoid too much pleasure, but he means jouissance. Excessive excitation is what he means by too much pleasure. So the pleasure principle is always trying to avoid the too much sensation, too much stimulation, too much excitation, i.e. jouissance. And so Zizek says in Ticklish Subject, one should never forget that, for Lacan, the Oedipal paternal law is ultimately in the service of the pleasure principle. It is the agency of pacification/normalization which, far from disturbing the balance of pleasure, stabilizes the impossible, bringing about the minimal condition for the tolerable coexistence of subjects. Right? So there we get something more, right? He's saying that when he says the Oedipal paternal law, this is one of the ways that certain leftists don't like Zizek, but Lacanian thinkers are going to say there is definitely a role for the paternal function. Now, let's be very clear. It doesn't mean any kind of like toxic masculinity. It doesn't mean, here's the thing, for Lacan, the lawgiver, the quote father, can be a biological woman, right? Can be a woman. So it's not so much getting into gender essentialism or anything like that. What the Oedipal paternal law really means is just a kind of forceful limitations being put on our excessive enjoyment. And that's part of what we actually see a lot of people suffering from now. Is it's almost as if there's too much enjoyment in their lives. There's too much stimulation, and Zizek thinks that this is part of the problem because we are this hedonistic society where enjoyment is valued above all other things. What you actually find is when you have too much enjoyment, it destabilizes your life. It is not as enjoyable as you think. It's more of like an addiction that you can't quit, but you want it out of your life. And he thinks that the weakening of what he calls symbolic efficiency, and all this really translates is a sense of duty, a sense of I have to sacrifice enjoyment for social reasons, social protocols. We've all, because of consumerism and the individualism that it pushes, it's as if the greatest thing in life is us pursuing our enjoyment. And he's saying that in part this is actually why we're suffering so much, and why there may be so, you can even extend it, why there's so many mental illnesses, is because, and of course it's not all of them are reducible to this, but he's saying it's as if there's just the ego and our jouissance, and we form this kind of direct circuit between the shit that our ego finds enjoyable and there's a lack of the symbolic. There's a lack of social protocols that actually helps us to better enjoy, better desire, and it's almost like we're too smothered in immediate enjoyment for our own good. And that's what he's getting at there, is that the law is there to actually help us have more meaningful and tolerable and stable coexistences between ourselves. And that kind of balance, as we all know, is very much lacking at this point in history.
This might be a good time to bring up one of the questions we had in chat a little bit ago. Let's see if I can find the right one, but it was about how this relates to, it was Tenderlands in the theoryplea.com/live chat said, kind of like id and superego in the Freudian sense. And this was about, I think, they were talking about pleasure principle and jouissance, and they're trying to situate the id and superego somehow in all of this. And I was like, my response in the chat was just like, it's kind of different, but I think it'll probably be beneficial just to differentiate like what those terms
no,
are.
I mean,
we'll
touch on that real fast, because I was planning on talking about superego. Here's one thing that's interesting about Lacan. He doesn't usually talk about the id. And out of all of Freud's concepts, it's interesting that he leaves id out of it. And I think here's what we can do. We can say that death drive or jouissance, they kind of fill the role of the way people use the term id, but there are sharp conceptual differences. And so, for example, if you see a Lacanian talk about id, chances are they're just talking about jouissance or death drive. But in the strict sense of the word, it has to do with a kind of cauldron inside of ourselves of these like animalistic impulses, like the repressed animality of us, right? And strictly speaking, I don't think Lacan thinks that even really exists. He certainly does something with superego, but he actually turns superego on its head, and it ends up being the opposite of the way the Freudian superego is thought of. Again, we're going to touch on that shortly. But yeah, it's interesting. Most Lacanians tend not to talk about id, and it's because they think that if id means like, okay, some kind of violent explosion of aggression or whatever, well then yes, certainly jouissance and death drive are capable of that. But it wouldn't be like, oh, it's just our repressed animality, like our just brute animalistic biological impulses. That's what it wouldn't be. So I think that's why Lacanians kind of dropped the usage of the word id. Okay. So just to clarify, we're talking about how law now is associated with the pleasure principle. And again, part of learning how all of this works is really just forming connections between words and concepts that you don't immediately realize are connected. And so like the good, the rational, pleasure, self-interest, right? When you start to form this circuit of terms, you start to really be able to picture what pleasure is and the effects it's able to have.
Right.
Well, same thing goes on the other side with death drive and jouissance. So here in Seminar 7 again, Lacan says Freud's use of the good can be summed up in the notion that keeps us a long way from jouissance, right? So the good, what is in our self-interest, what is good for us, as we typically think about it, is to stay a long way from jouissance. And so you're starting to see how all of these key concepts that we use to think about what it is to be human, the good, the rational, pleasure, self-interest, they're all starting to be linked together on one side of our libidinal economy. And so again, in Seminar 7, Lacan will just say that jouissance is evil. But it's evil in the sense of how traditional religion or traditional morality would conceptualize the evil, which is to be completely self-destructive, to explode, right? To do all that is considered immoral. And yet, and here's the key thing we'll see below, death drive also has a deep connection to morality and a deep connection to religion in a certain sense. So it's not that it's actually evil in and of itself, but when you think of the kind of effects death drive can have, it makes sense that it would those kind of actions would be deemed evil, right? Because they destabilize society, they destabilize your relations to others, and destabilize your own well-being oftentimes. So there's a sense where it's like pleasure good, jouissance bad or evil, but that's like the basic way of looking at it in a real kind of white and black perspective. But in reality, it's much more nuanced, and sometimes death drive is actually our best friend and pleasure is our enemy. And we'll get into that again as we move along.
Let's just use the, like an example that comes to mind is like, let's just say that you're in a relationship that's not good, but like getting out of all the habits and attachments in that relationship would require like a pretty significant push. And so you might like end up being in that relationship for like a decade, right? Like you're not really happy, but at the same time, it's more of a balanced sort of comfort. Like at least you know what you're dealing with, as opposed to the scary outside world, and having to like, rely on complete strangers. At least you kind of have a read on, the person that you're in this relationship with is not ideal. Death Drive. I'm just thinking of movies. There's sort of this archetypical breakup scene in movies when the person just explodes and they're done, and their whole mode for the next, part of the movie is death drive. Right? Like Absolutely. They're fucking throwing their bag. They don't even care if they leave half their shit in that house. They're fucking driving, 120 miles an hour, doing fucking, someone was talking about ODing on LSD. Yeah, who knows?
Well, here's what's complicated though. Let's flesh this out, because that's a good example and we all can relate to that in one way or another, right? So here's what's interesting about it. Pleasure and jouissance can be on either sides of this. So take the situation you're in, that you're talking about, right? Let's say
I'm not in that relation. I'm not. That's not a no.
No. I mean, in this theoretical scenario.
Yeah.
You were saying, right? You were putting yourself in this situation of like you're in this relationship, and it's like, okay, I'm ready to move on. But the relationships are obviously incredibly complicated, and let's show how it can work in reverse, right? So let's say that you've been in a long-term relationship and you stay out of it because you have a basic, it satisfies basic pleasures. There isn't a bunch of fighting or drama or stress or anything like that. It's just a kind of comfortable habit that you're in at this point. There isn't really a whole lot of passion in it, but it's a safety, a stability that you have in your life. And so in this sense, the relationship is the structure of your pleasure, right? It's your balance, your homeostasis, but it lacks excitation, it lacks passion. And so at some point you could go, well, it's precisely for my death drive, for jouissance, that I want out of this, because just pleasure in and of itself isn't really that great. And you could sit there and go, it's completely rational. I have what is called a good life. We trust each other. There's honesty in the relationship, and yet it just doesn't do it for you anymore. And so that's where it's like you have pleasure in the relationship, but you want something else. And so that's where it's like you start going down the path of death drive, and we all know it can start with, like, he says, it starts with a tickle and ends with a blaze of petrol. When you want out of a relationship like that, especially a long-term one, it could just start by, you didn't call, or you didn't, or you didn't show up, or what. It can start with these little acts of aggression, or little acts of like, I'm going to do something, and then it's actually going to lead to a fight, right? And so you can see how it starts to go in the other direction. But it can be reversed, where you're in a relationship and you can be hooked on it, and the relationship is completely toxic. All you two do is just scream and fight all the time. All it is this overabundance of stimulation. There is no calm or lack of excitation. It's pure jouissance, right? It's overstimulation. The fighting and the drama and all of that. And you could want out of it precisely because there's too much drama, too much jouissance, too much stimulation. And it's like the pleasure principles kicking in and going, God, don't you want some safety and stability and calm in your life? And so you could want to break up precisely for the sake of your pleasure in that scenario. So again, it depends on the parameters of the relationship, case by case.
Like Eminem and Rihanna's "Love the Way You Lie" music video, right? The whole
or Eminem and his relationship to Kim, right?
Oh shit, yeah.
drama.
I forgot about Kim. How could I? I never forgot about Dre, but I forgot about Kim.
Right. And so, that kind of just crazy love, that crazy erotic passion that can just be, you're hooked on it, but it's also toxic and it throws your life into turmoil, right? That can be excessive jouissance. And again, the jouissance, it doesn't mean that it's in the actual act of sex. It can be in the act of fighting that you're hooked. That's where we all know that people repeat these unhealthy relationship patterns. And so the jouissance often isn't where you think it is. And so
you've been watching Barry, right? Did you watch the first 2 seasons of Barry?
Yeah, I love that show.
Yeah, that's like a friend of mine got me into it. I recommended it to you a little bit back. Now we both love it. We're waiting for the next season.
There's a character who wants some pleasure.
Sarah Goldberg she's like having so much trouble dealing with the fact that like she's basically like reinterpreted her past relationship to make herself into some kind of like she was like doing like she makes it out to be like, oh, she's the survivor, but like in reality, like when she actually like gets to the rock bottom of it and has to deal with it, spoiler alert, everybody, I mean, it doesn't really matter, I don't think, it's kind of a side thing, but like it's like this moment of like awakening, like she was addicted to the toxicity of that relationship, and and she shook. Yeah, and actually one of my favorite things about that show is her character arc after that point, because she's pretty fucking fake like up until that point, and then she starts kind of rounding out a little bit more, becoming more of a person,
But think about it. But see, I thought you were going to talk about Barry in the situation, which Bill Hader plays its character, and we know Bill Hader from certain comedies and from SNL. But my God, you see him in this role, and you have a whole newfound respect for his talent.
Oh my God, it's so good. His acting is wild. Well, and like I was already about to talk about Breaking Bad because it's such a good example.
Well, and I mean, that's in my one blog post on jouissance. I use that as one of my big examples because Walt is really this embodiment of death drive and jouissance, right? But hold on, but here's the thing about Barry, right? You give the example of what's the character's name again? Sarah Goodman.
Yeah. It's
okay,
Goldberg.
So Sarah's like hooked on jouissance, right? And you see that this is part of what's toxic about the relationship she was in and all this. But Barry's the opposite. Like he wants some basic pleasure, right? He's had so much excitation in his life. He's just trying to get some basic stability, safety, security, pleasure, equilibrium, homeostasis. And so you see him trying to get the very opposite.
Right, because he's like he's a veteran, he's got PTSD. He's like, it's like he is, and he's still like, and so he's basically an assassin or like a hitman, and that's what he does now. And he hates it. He's in a trap. He does not like how intense his life is, and he's always having these miserable flashbacks. And he gets involved with a theater community. Like it's all by accident, but then he finds like this is some normie shit. I like it.
That's the thing. He's had so much excessive excitation in his life. He's like, can I just have some simple everyday pleasure, just some calm, some stability? And so you see those two characters are opposite in this regard. So
Beach Bussy asks, is asceticism as a lifestyle a form of chasing the death drive?
So it's interesting there. It's all like whole books can be written on this, right? Because one of the things you'll find is that aesthetics are actually getting enjoyment, getting jouissance precisely from not enjoying. And so it's as if they're always making this libidinal sacrifice in being ascetics, and yet they enjoy the very loss itself. And so it's almost like, it looks like you're making these sacrifices, but you really have your compensation because you enjoy the act of sacrifice itself. And it's so I'm glad somebody brought that up because we're going to talk about this as we move further down in the lecture. I had something to talk about. Todd McGowan especially highlights that death drive enjoys loss itself. That if there's an object to death drive, it's loss or sacrifice, losing, not getting, missing the object. But that's precisely the source of the jouissance. So it's a really weird dynamic. But yeah, the aestheticism is really a form of actually being able to enjoy, right? It's like we only can enjoy when we're not really trying to enjoy. That's the whole problem that Zizek's always highlighting, that in our society, everywhere we go, the injunction is enjoy. Every restaurant, every place of entertainment, enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. And so at the unconscious level, this duty to enjoy becomes just that, a duty. Well, when we have this duty to constantly enjoy ourselves at all times, that itself extinguishes whatever enjoyment we have, because now whatever enjoyment we have a duty to enjoy more. And so it's this duty to enjoy that actually is driving all of us crazy. And again, in older times, right, there was a duty to not enjoy, to sacrifice. Thou shalt not enjoy. It was kind of, you think about the Victorian period, right? Even though, of course, they had their own different forms of enjoyment. The superego at that time seemed to prohibit in a much more robust, strong, affirmative way. And now we have this kind of permissive superego, but that's saying, oh, enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. But really, it's almost, it's more lethal than telling us not to enjoy, because having the duty to enjoy, feeling like we're obligated to always be enjoying ourselves, and this is part of consumerism, as I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, let's not talk too much about your book. No, well, we could, but
No, that's not relevant here. It's just you see in consumer society, we all know it, that everywhere we go, the hidden message is always, whether it's implicit or explicit, it's always enjoy. And this kind of duty to enjoy ourselves really just drives us nuts and makes everything unenjoyable. It's this weird, weird trick that is getting played on us at all times.
Great question. So, in the Twitch chat, Shredosaurus was like, is this where taboos come in, like insulating specific enjoyment?
Yeah, I think a lot of times now we got to be careful, right? Because when you look at different societies throughout human history, of course, prohibitions can be truly oppressive things, right? Especially with like LGBTQ issues, right? Like, no, like we want to normalize certain things that have been prohibited, because them not being normalized it truly ruins people's lives, right? But the thing is, when you move to a society where basically everything then becomes acceptable, or there's no taboo,
right.
It's just weird. It's this whole thing, like, we want the law precisely because we get enjoyment from transgressing the law. Right. But when there's no more laws to transgress, then it almost like, it's like,
if everything is permitted, now I don't want to do anything. But like, it's kind of like, a lot of people had fantasies while they were out at work, of what they would like to be doing at home, and then they were on stay at home and they were like, fuck this. And then, and this ties directly into, like, the theory about time energy. Because, as people might think, like, oh, well, if people just had more time energy in their week, then they would just be miserable in their houses. Just talk to the people who are miserably cooped up because of the stay-at-home orders. But the thing is like, yeah, but that energy component involves a libidinal attachment into a life world that has schedules and deadlines that are arbitrary and outside of yourself. And work is better than the complete absence of any structure whatsoever, because we need intersubjective structures with other human beings and forms of gaining like critical approval that we can actually respect ourselves and be respected. We have a chance to earn respect. Like, we have some sort of a basis upon which to do that. And some people have absolutely none in the first place. But some people, like within their workplace, like they might be like, just another employee like anyone else. It's not like they're like running the place or something like that. But at least, like there's still like this arbitrary outsideness with other people, and there's sort of a structure, and I have to do things along these certain time, and like, people can see I'm either doing well or I'm not doing well, and that whole like that whole arena for recognition in the week that your time energy is looped through, that involves all of these different deadlines and prohibitions, all of that just pulled away, and you're just completely like it's like you're in a vacuum all of a sudden, just uprooted, finding yourself with so much, like, that's not time energy though. Like this is just like some sort of a limbo. And I mean, it's still there, but it's kind of fragmented because, you can still like get online, you can still like set, but the thing is like this stuff is about habitus. This stuff, it forms, this energy relation with other people. It forms over your lifetime. It's not like that shit changes now you're home and now it changes everything because you don't have to go back to work for a while because you're laid off or whatever,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so like this is one of the big reasons that I'm really like, wow, I really do need Lacan. I really do need Zizek. I really do need these, because he's the most like, you can't talk libidinal economy and you can't talk recognition without like Lacan. And then most people who do talk about those things and maybe they're using Lacan, the question becomes, are they using him right? Are they using it the way they're using it, does it actually go as deep as they realize? Do they understand the depth of its implications? I don't.
Well, I mean, for example,
the more I study it, the more those implications sort of like ripple outward. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is an aside, but Todd McGowan, for example, thinks that the worst thing Lacan ever wrote was his little essay on the mirror stage, and that the fact that this is considered the famous Lacan text is like a fundamental tragedy to Lacanian scholarship, because one, he completely reworks the imaginary, the ego, throughout the course of his career. Right, when he wrote that essay, he originally wrote it early on, I think it was in the 30s or something, and then he rewrote it in 49, I believe. The dates are probably off, but it's somewhere along there. And that's where he was really still just in his imaginary period. And for somebody listening new, we're using imaginary in a very technical sense. What it means is,
watch the first lecture. It's really fucking good.
Yeah, he was focusing on concepts of like recognition, misrecognition, the ego, primary identification, where he has this theory early on in his career that the way your ego is formed, the ego isn't something that's just intrinsic to consciousness from its inception, like it is for Descartes, for example. The ego actually gets produced, and his theory is that consciousness for the young baby is completely fragmented, and it's only when the baby encounters its reflection in the mirror that it makes this primary identification. It goes, oh, that's me. And it's through this recognition of this whole object, right? Where, I mean, whole in the sense that it can get a view of it. And it's only through that identification that it's able to gain a sense of wholeness over itself. And so this is where the ego is produced for Lacan, is through this encounter with your mirror image. But this is before he really gets big into language, which we would call a symbolic period. And this is also before he gets into his most important period, which is the period centered around the real, which we'll just call that his late period, right? And he's always reworking how this stuff works. But that first essay that we have in the Acree on the mirror stage, that's pre-symbolic period and pre-real period. And so that's the one that students are always having to read.
So in the first lecture, when we talked about the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real, and for those who are just joining us or those who need a refresher, the three form a Venn diagram. Oh, hold on. Jeez. Who would ever call me? Well, we've got the symbolic, the real, and the imaginary, and reality is that thing in the middle. Is that right? And then
reality is where the intersection between symbolic and imaginary. But here's the thing: like, this is really just to say that there's people will. When people go to Lacan, they often focus in on this early essay of his, on Mirror Stage, and it really it doesn't even do the Mirror Stage justice, because he rethinks it, especially in his middle period.
Okay.
And so he realizes that so much more has to do with this, the formation of the ego, language, and the other, and all these other things.
So but I guess my question was, is that stuff just completely absent in the earlier stuff, or does the theory fundamentally change, or is it just like he was already working with those 3 registers, and then he decided, he kind of just moves through phases of focusing in and researching that specific register?
It changes. Like the way he reformulates it, I think there's one a cream, I think, but for example, in Seminar 8 on transference, he totally updates it. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah. And I just said that to basically say, like, the thing that students at college are always given, if they're given anything to read by Lacan, McGowan points out it's like the worst thing they can be given to read by him. So
yeah, that's what we read in it was an English critical theory class, and that was the Lacan we read. So
okay, so getting back because you were talking about recognition and all this life world stuff, Lacan says in Subversion of the Subject and the Dialectic of Desire, which is one of the writings in the Acree, he says, it is jouissance whose absence would render the universe vain. And so his point is, even though when we have excessive jouissance in our lives and that can destabilize our lives, it's ultimately what's giving us a reason to live. Like, we think that there's some sort of mythical, sublime enjoyment that we don't currently have, but at some point we'll actually attain it. And it's this kind of fantasy of gaining this kind of sacred, sublime, almost otherworldly jouissance that keeps us moving. And if human beings didn't actually think they were going to get this enjoyment in the future, it would just make everything collapse for them. So in a weird way, existentialism is always putting this emphasis on meaning, like your personal existential project or whatever. But at an unconscious level, your unconscious really doesn't care about meaning. Your ego does, your self-consciousness does, but really what your unconsciousness is focused on is jouissance. And if you ever feel like that jouissance is not going to happen, it can like shatter the psyche. And so jouissance, or the fantasy of jouissance, is what keeps us moving. And so the thing, though, with Death Drive, and this is important, this is from Seminar 7, he says, drive can in no way be limited to a psychological notion. It is absolutely fundamental. It is an absolutely fundamental ontological notion. And again, the point of that is that this is baked into our very being, that it's not something that, it's some inessential thing about us that gets out of control, but ultimately we can get it under control, or even we can neutralize it entirely. No, we are fundamentally drive. And because it's part of our ontology, it's one of those things, like, we have to deal with this to understand human reality and how it works.
Well, I mean, drive is like the biggest thing that gets in the way of just doing philosophy in the first place, right? Like, in a sort of sense, maybe it's also why you're doing philosophy. Who knows? But it's just also,
a lot of people want to break their world down.
When
right?
you get hungry,
kind of,
when you, yeah, exactly. That might be why they're studying it. But but when you get hungry, you can't read anymore, right? You completely lose.
But I think that would have to do with pleasure, right? It's just these pains become so intense. It's like you want to eat, so you can go back. That's the whole thing. Remember, like, pleasure principle, it wants to put us in a state of pleasure. Precisely, that's how we can function. Like, to study, right? Try reading or studying with just overabundance of excitation flowing through you. It's not going to work.
Yeah. You kind of have to be in a somewhat tranquil, like, you have to get into a certain mind state to even be able to do it,
Yeah. And so, okay, 2 more real fast quotes, and then it's like all of this was kind of prefaced, but the rest we'll get it flowing here. So, right. Zizek says in The Abyss of Freedom, he says, insofar as for Lacan, drive as such is ultimately the death drive, the Freudian antagonism between Eros and Thanatos has to be transposed within the death drive itself. Now, this is interesting. he's not denying the pleasure principle. He's not saying that pleasure principle is just is like somehow reducible to death drive. He's trying to formulate what death drive is actually after, right? So he says, the death drive thus stands simultaneously for life that persists beyond what Lacan calls the first biological death, the life of the undead, and for the endeavor to end up this very life beyond death. Eros designates the horrifying real of the love/life beyond, of the immortal drive, while Thanatos stands for the striving to end this horror. So that's very complicated, right? But his point is that, and this is the best way, and he talks about it other places. So when you think death drive, you think, oh, it's a drive that literally wants to bring about our biological death, our literal death. That is not what death drive is after. And his point is that death drive is after a kind of life, but it's a life that's more an undead life, kind of the life of a zombie, right? It's where you're just stuck in this permanent state of intense enjoyment, right? Zombies can't be rational. They can't pursue their own like they don't do any of that. They just follow the drive, which for them is their oral drive. They always want to eat. They're always consuming. And that's kind of the life, the immortal drive that he sees in death drive. And so that's one of the big misconceptions, is that death drive is actually seeking our literal biological death. No, drive wants enjoyment. Drive wants the jouissance it gets from not getting what it wants. I know that sounds like standard, like philosophical turn of phrase, but we'll see how that actually works. And so if drive is actually fixated on jouissance, right, it doesn't actually want you to die, because then it wouldn't get jouissance. It's like drive pursues this kind of dumb, stupid state of just excessive excitation, and it wants to dwell there. And this state would be beyond our life world. It would be beyond like coherent, rational society. It would just be the dumb, immortal existence of the drive. And so that's why Zizek is often likening drive to zombies, to a life beyond death, as he puts it.
Can you hear me? Am I back?
Yeah.
Cool.
Did I drop out?
No, I stepped away for a second while listening to you on my headphones, and I was just like, I'd muted for a second, and then I was just making sure I'm back. But anyway, yeah.
So yeah,
no, that's good.
That's what he thinks, that death drive seeks this kind of in between life as we know it and actual biological death.
How much do you think ideology gets used to sort of rationalize going for pleasure or going for jouissance, or a lifestyle that's juggling them both in a certain way instead of some other way?
That's what I mean. Zizek's whole career, and McGowan's in part, has been exploring how libidinal economy relates to politics and ideology, and it's incredibly nuanced. And different political fascism works differently. And then we talk about fascism. Of course, there's a certain structure common to different fascist societies, but we'd also have to take into play the particularity of those societies. The same with communist societies, the same with France and America are both capitalist societies, but they're very, very different, with different social libidinal economies. And so that's part of what this toolkit of concepts gives us, ways of analyzing what's going on in our particular libidinal economies, both at an individual level and at a societal level. And this could take us another hour of discussion to go through. But obviously, Trump has, part of his appeal is people actually feel like they've lost certain enjoyment. And it really comes from, they talk about the recovery, but we never went back to the old way, the old American consumer society of the pre-Great Recession days. That economy never came back. Oh yeah, it came back on paper. It came back for Wall Street, but it didn't come back for the average American. And so much of their dumb consumer enjoyment, which I'm not saying that to be dismissive, because this shit really organizes our lives. But that's what the appeal. That's the appeal he had to so many Americans was, and this is why people are often so libidinally invested in the figure of a master, right? Because you know that somehow you've lost some enjoyment, and it can be both. You've lost your enjoyment and your pleasure, right? Both seem lost, right? And the situation is completely complicated. Why the figure of the master can be so appealing is you think that this person is going to step in and fix the system, and so you can go back to your pleasure / jouissance, right? I mean, I like to talk about pleasure and jouissance because I think both are operative. Zizek and McGowan and them, they always put the emphasis solely on jouissance. And the thing is, Lacan in Seminar 7 points out there's also a thing called pain, right? We don't want to reduce all pain to jouissance. There's certain pain, like there's certain forms of jouissance that obviously give us trouble and cause us pain, but that's not to say that every form of pain is jouissance. And we have to make a kind of threefold distinction between pleasure, pain, and jouissance. And so many people have just been in pain for so long that they don't have either pleasure, they don't have a sense of safety, security, nor do they have the old forms of consumer spending too much, having disposable money to blow at the mall, right? All the dumb, excessive kind of forms of jouissance have also been problematized because people can't afford to live the way they used to. And so many people just want things to go. Part of Make America Great Again at the libidinal level is I want to enjoy my dumb consumer shit again the way I used to. And that it's important to understand the function of the master, because what the master essentially does for people is it like embodies the hope that they're going to get some sort of lost jouissance, some sort of enjoyment that they once had or that they've always desired and never have attained. And they think that the master who can step into the situation, it's like that master can hack the system, and if I obey the master, if I side with the master, then I'll partake of his excessive enjoyment, right? Because the master, there's a fantasy that's always at work in human beings, and it's it's called the myth of the primordial father, or the primal father in Freud. And you know, if we ever do a discussion of sexuation, we'll definitely have to get into the primal father, but
we got to do it someday.
The point with the primal father is not that this was actually a real historical person. It's that this myth operates in human society, this fantasy. And the fantasy is the person who avoids castration, which means the person who, for whatever reason, due to power, due to vitality, is able to go, you're not putting limits on my enjoyment. Fuck you, I will put limits on your enjoyment, right? And so the appeal of the master is, not only do I think, it basically works like this. The master is the one that the system can't get a hold of, and because of that, it's as if the master is outside law, the state of the exception, like in Agamben, right? And whenever you position somebody as operating outside of the norms or laws that usually govern the situation, you unconsciously attribute to them excessive jouissance, because what for us is beyond the pleasure principle, or what is beyond the law, is excessive jouissance, right? No limitations on our enjoyment. So if you make the connection, and here's the thing, Trump did this, right? He constantly was breaking all of the, quote, PC norms and standards, all of the liberal doctrines, right? He was constantly getting away with it. He still gets away with shit that nobody else would get away with. That is why people end up being so libidinally invested in him, is he continuously operates outside of the norms, standards, laws, protocols of our given ideological configuration and gets away with it. So if he has this ability, if he's that powerful or that vital, right, which is laughable, but I see why certain people go for this, right? If he's able to do it, if he has this excessive enjoyment and I side with him, then I'll get to partake of his excessive enjoyment by obeying him. And so this is why people end up being so libidinally invested in the master figure. Of course, part of ideology critique would always be to highlight the lack. Like, this person is castrated. This person does not have this mythological jouissance. It's all a bluff. It's all a fake. And yet, this is why people are so libidinally invested in master figures so often, is this idea, because in a weird, you know how we as Americans, the common American fan, we all want to be the rich capitalist or the person who wins the lottery, right? And even though none of us are ever going to be that, that's the operative fantasy.
But if you do, you better buy us this pizza. Yeah.
Say what?
Oh, it said, but if you do win the lotto, you better buy us this pizza. That was Oz. Everyone else is broke, but pepperoni sausage, yeah. There you go.
But no, so we all have these fantasies, and the thing is, to be the person who wins the lottery or to be the filthy rich capitalist, when you think about it, we know that people who have that kind of excessive wealth, they operate outside of the confines of our normal rules and protocols. And so, again, they actually occupy this position of the primal father, the person who doesn't have any limitations placed on their enjoyment. And since, in a certain way, we fantasize about being that, that's what causes us to identify with these figures so much. And, I mean, Trump's most diehard supporters, you see how libidinally invested they are in him. It's crazy. But
it's wild.
Yeah, but once you start to understand, this is why I love psychoanalysis. Once you understand what's going on with our libidinal economies, it's no longer crazy. It becomes, you go from it being like mind-blowing, like you can't believe it, to going, duh. That's what the power of psychoanalysis is, where, oh, I see exactly why they go for it. It's very clear that he seems that he gets away with everything. He traverses all of the laws that they feel like have caused them pain, and they feel like through this master figure, he's going to restore a kind of enjoyment that they feel like they've lost. And this is where so much of politics has less to do with meaning or ideas and has everything to do with our libidinal economies, with what, the enjoyment we're all chasing. And so, yeah. So
I wanted to bring up two things, if you can bookmark where we're at.
Okay.
Nuck and Futz in chat asked a couple of questions, and they both looked good. So, yeah, I would say rigorous exercise for people who enjoy it is an example of jouissance. Wait. Oh, sorry. I'm reading the wrong comment there. Wait, where's the right one? Chat's moving too fast. Can you believe it? Okay, yeah, here it is. So, okay, so what do you think Lacan meant in his lecture when he said death belongs to the realm of faith?
Yeah, I don't have anything on that. I'd have to look at that and get more context and everything.
off the top of my head, it just sounds like every philosopher knows that. Like, there's no certainty beyond death. So, everything that is involved with death is like, you don't really know.
Yeah, but what does he mean by faith in this context? I've actually never heard that quote.
Yeah. Well, Nuck and Futz, you should share us later.
Send me the reference if you can. I'll look at that, and maybe the next time we do a stream, I'll touch on that, because that certainly got my attention. I'd like to know what that means, but I would have to go read the source material to try to figure out what's going on there. Because with Lacan, one thing I know, you just can't. Whatever he means by faith, it's not what I typically mean by it. So
it sounds like something. It sounds.
Read it again.
I might have actually read it in. I don't know. I don't think it was in Seminar 11, but it sounds kind of like something that I remember from Seminar 11.
If I have read it, I don't remember it.
Anyway, death belongs to the realm of faith.
Yeah, because the thing is, there's two deaths for Lacan. There's symbolic death, which we're going to talk about in a minute, and there's literal death. So I don't know which death he has in mind there. And the faith thing, I don't know. Faith, like, you mean like an act of like self-sacrifice or religious commitment? I don't, are we talking about like the faith in the big other and God, like
belief without certainty or proof. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what that it means. I mean, Lacan, I mean, so many of his quotes, that's what's interesting. They have such an enigmatic feel to them that you want to pursue the knowledge, right? They have a very strong seductive aspect to them. Yeah, even I'm sitting here going, God, I want to know what that means.
By the way, everybody who's been doing a great job commenting on this stuff, remember that when we publish this, to try to bring some of those kinds of questions into the comment section there, because those are the kind I have some of the best comment sections, straight up. Like, really, sometimes Anarchist Tech Support, for instance, writes me little essays. They're fantastic. You should read them yourself and engage, because people, there's sort of this stereotype of like terrible comment sections on the internet, and it's like, well, no, we keep it pretty great, because yeah, usually the people commenting aren't just saying for the algorithm. Usually they're commenting on something that they're thinking about. So yeah, really appreciate that when we have it. So
okay, so here's what I want to do. Now I kind of want to, Todd McGowan, and again, if you should share the link if you haven't. I want to hit these bullet points that he gives in his lectures, because it's the clearest and most straightforward way of talking about this stuff. And here I want to show the kind of historical development this concept has had. And then, because we're going to go from Freud on death drive to Lacan on death drive to Zizek on death drive. And then there's some other examples at the end I would like to discuss. So I think the stuff at the end is actually going to be some of the more, some of the stuff that's more fun to discuss. So I want to get through this as quickly as we can. I don't want to rush, but I'm saying I want to have us. I want us to have enough time to discuss these points at the end of this lecture. So
cool. We've got 30 people with us right now. Holy!
Awesome.
I thought we had 5. Like, I straight up I wasn't looking. So, but all right.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody? Yeah. Welcome. A lot of you are probably on the YouTube version of this stream. Some of you are probably on Twitch, but a lot of people are on the personal site. But for the people on YouTube, they're probably catching up by, they go back and then they fast forward. So that's cool. Welcome. And that's the thing, is like, a lot of the times you've got people listening along who aren't in the chat because they're playing games on Twitch or they're catching up on YouTube. And so it's like, I kind of love that. I kind of love having like that much diversity in like where people are at doing different things all while live. It's kind of different than it used to be. Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm going to clear the whiteboard here so you can do your bullet point dive. So,
okay, so again, I owe this entirely to Todd McGowan's excellent lecture, and again, I was going to try to put together my own bullet points, but I'm like, screw it, he nailed it. So let's just hit these bullet points. So again, death drive has to do with this impulse in us where we don't act for our pleasure, we don't act for our own good. Death drive has to do with our actions that undermine ourselves, undermine others, undermine our society, undermine our stability. And so death drive is a kind of destruction for the sake of destruction, self-destruction, societal destruction. And that sounds bad, but as we start to flesh this out, we start to see that that actually can be great too. It depends on the context and the situation. So death drive, this concept is first developed by Freud in his Beyond the Pleasure Principle, which was released in 1920. And it caused this radical shift in the history of psychoanalysis. We could even think that there's before Beyond the Pleasure Principle and after Beyond the Pleasure Principle. It was that much of a paradigm shift, because again, up until this point, Freud had only thought in terms of pleasure or displeasure. And by displeasure, I mean pain, like actual pain that we would just avoid at all costs. And it's in this book that he starts to discover something else is going on with us, and that is death drive. And so he discovers death drive by focusing on certain clinical experiences he has with his patients. He sees in his patients that they do certain things that make absolutely no sense when viewed from the perspective of the pleasure principle. He's going, okay, these actions, these behaviors do not they do not produce pleasure. They produce the opposite. And yet, what's bizarre about it is that it's not like they're doing this by accident. It's like they're repeating these things over and over again as if they enjoy these actions. And yet these actions are not pleasurable. They produce an overabundance of stimulation or excitation, and yet they seem enjoyable. And so that's where he starts to get this concept. And one of the big examples is his patients would often repeat or relive certain traumatic experiences, which cause them a great deal of suffering. But this cannot be accounted for by appealing to the pleasure principle. So, of course, the famous example from this book is the war neuroses, or we call it PTSD. Back then they called it shell shock, where the guys who were in World War I witnessed and lived through absolutely horrible traumatic experiences, and yet at night, dreaming all this, they would constantly go back there. They'd constantly repeat this. And this kind of repeating experiences that are painful or displeasurable seems to contradict the pleasure principle, right? Because you're constantly, you as an ego, right? You don't have control of this, but you as a psyche, right? Your unconscious is constantly making you relive things that, from the perspective of pleasure or comfort or stability, you don't want to relive. And so he sees this form of repetition as like this leads him to formulate the death drive. And there's also the example of negative therapeutic reaction, which is somebody's been in psychoanalysis for many years. They've made a lot of progress. They've gotten certain problems under control. And then right as they can feel like they're approaching the end of the analysis, they totally fucking regress. They totally undermine all of the progress they've made. And it's like oh, we got to start analysis all over again. And so these two examples really bothered Freud, and he couldn't make sense of them within his conceptual framework of the time. And he was like, okay, these don't fit within my framework. I've got to rethink my basic framework. And so the search for an explanation of these clinical phenomena leads him to discover the death drive. So whereas the pleasure principle eliminates or evacuates excitation from the psyche, death drive produces and intensifies this excitation. The most basic way death drive builds excitation is through repetition, especially repetition compulsion. And it's like even in just like in a bodily movement, like if you like move your arm the same way over and over and over again, it like builds up excitation in your arm. And yeah, at some point, obviously you stop, but he's saying like you can see how repetition actually builds excitation in the body and in the psyche. Somehow like it's the motor of intensification. So he links death drive to repetition, but then he kind of drops it in Beyond the Pleasure Principle. But Lacan and Zizek, they'll often link jouissance and death drive to repetition, but we'll get there in a minute.
So
go ahead.
Really quick, I think Dr. McGowan had said, like, I think right at the beginning of that lecture, if I remember right, it kind of gave a definition of death drive that I wanted to write on the board, but I wanted to make sure I had it right before I wrote it down.
Okay.
I think it was doing something not for pleasure or your own well-being, or against your own well-being.
I mean, yeah, I'm not exactly sure that's verbatim, but that's his point. Yeah, it's okay. Where death drive is doing something in a way that's self-sabotaging, that goes against your self-interest, goes against your well-being.
Okay. Yeah. I've got the exact quote. I'm pulling it up. It's on my community bar. So if you do subscribe to me on YouTube, then you'll see some of my memes, and sometimes I share news related. Usually it's just memes. I follow the likes on this one, and it turns out people just love the memes. I'll get like 100 reacts on a meme, like easy. But anyway, yeah, it's right here. So no, but I also share, and this was like also very popular. People are interested in death drive right now. But it was just a screenshot of Dr. McGowan's video, and it just says, "Death drive, not acting for pleasure or for our own good." Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I had on the board written destruction for its own sake, and I was like thinking about it, and I was like, I should probably erase that and write this instead, because this is a little more specific. This gets into this shows you more like the mechanisms of how that destruction is operating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, and so this is one of the things that Lacan and Zizek will reject about Freud's concept of the death drive. So Freud argues that death drive seeks an inorganic state, which is to say actual death, or the state of not being alive, right? Being a corpse. Because to die is to basically, it's to lose the ability to even lose, right? And death drive enjoys not getting its object. Again, we haven't really fleshed that out yet.
It doesn't. That straight up doesn't make sense to me. So we do need to.
Well, we got to get down to the difference between desire and drive in a moment. But basically, it's like Zizek said earlier. Drive does not want your actual death. It wants a kind of life beyond symbolic death. Like, it wants to crash your symbolic world, your being in the world, your life world, your stability, your social self, right? Because your social self operates within the confines of law, within the confines of limitation, right? It wants to crash all that, but it doesn't mean it wants to cease to exist entirely. And so that's why Zizek says that death drive wants life, but it doesn't want our everyday lives, right? What we think of as life. It wants this life of the undead, of just the pure pursuit of enjoyment, right? And that's why he likens it to a zombie. So that's where Lacan and Zizek disagree with Freud. They would say, no, death drive does not want to literally kill us. Now, here's an important takeaway. Death drive can obviously accidentally, indirectly kill us. There's all kinds of things that we can do that's self-destructive to our health, well-being, financial security, all these kind of things, right? Gambling, right? Somebody who has a gambling addiction, right? The death drive might not be focused on actually killing the person, or think about alcoholism, right? It might not be focused on actually killing the person, but this excessive enjoyment it gets from the abuse of alcohol, or the enjoyment it gets from the abuse of gambling, can lead to your death. So even though it doesn't directly seek actual death, it can produce that inadvertently. But what it really wants is just to continue enjoying in this kind of dumb zombie-like state, beyond all social confines and social restrictions and stuff like that.
So shout out to White Nervosa, by the way. Thanks, White. I don't know if you're still in the chat. You're probably not, but she's been working her butt off, and I just wanted to say thank you. You're doing great work. So White Leaf, White Nervosa, that's my my website person.
Oh, gotcha. Okay,
she's amazing.
Cool.
Yeah, she was like doing some editing on the site like just now. Like I think it refreshed some stuff or something. But anyway, she just made it so I can now, I think, drag and drop, upload, and add my own emotes anytime I want to. And I've got like, as soon as that creative potential is unlocked, because currently like I just haven't been able to, but as soon as I'm able to, oh my God, my site's going to be so much better than Twitch or YouTube, because we get to like have all of these things. Like, oh my God, I've got a whole bunch. Just wait for it, folks. Because the ones that are there currently are just like, those were just there already. I didn't add any of these ones, but yeah, just get ready for it. It'll be great. Basically, I'll be taking my 1 month off. Actually, hell no, I'll probably put some of them up for the tomorrow stream. Anyway, that was kind of an aside, but thanks, White.
Okay, no, just before we move on. So again, just for sake of clarification, Zizek and Lacan and Zizek reject Freud because they think that his concept of death drive ends up being too literal or too biological. That's not what death drive is after. It's not after biological death. It's not after our literal demise, even though it can inadvertently lead to that. So towards the end of Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Freud really makes this bizarre assertion, and I almost think that Lacan, Zizek, McGowan, they go for this. I don't want to say that for sure, but he implies that after all of these new observations and his new reconceptualization of libidinal economy in light of the death drive, he thinks that maybe death drive is actually primary in human beings and the pleasure principle is secondary. And so the idea would be the pleasure principle actually is there just to serve death drive. Well, how would that be the case? Well, if death drive's primary drive or impulse is to build up excitation, at some point the excitation needs to be evacuated. But it's like, oh, the pleasure principle gets rid of the excitation just so death drive can build it back up. And again, this is a really radical switch in his view of libidinal economy. So death drive, another way to put this is death drive is giving yourself trouble in order to sustain excitation, right? So you think about it, say pleasure wants to achieve a certain state, attain a certain object, so as to relieve excitation, to get rid of excitation. Death drive will start putting all these hurdles in your way at an unconscious level. At a conscious level, you're not aware of it. But death drive, it's like that example I used earlier, where you're trying to finish an essay, but you keep having this impulse to go sit, watch TV, and you try to justify it to yourself, but really it's like death drive just enjoys kind of excitation. So if you're really stressed out, right, you're really in a rush to finish the essay, well, if you actually finish it, you'll feel relieved and you'll calm down. So in a weird way, death drive doesn't want you to finish the essay, so you can maintain this level of excitation in your body. And so a lot of the things we do, we give ourselves trouble, we put hurdles in our paths just for the sake of prolonging the path. And but it's interesting too. So Freud came to this concept of death drive very late in his career, and he uses it again in a 1929 book called Civilization and Its Discontents. And what's interesting there is he starts to link death drive to aggression, that now it takes on an even more brutal or violent conceptualization. And so, as McGowan puts it, Freud will conceptualize death drive, thanatos, as the aggression that threatens to disrupt and break apart society. He says that pleasure, or eros, is a unifying force that holds society together. In his book, Thanatos and Eros take on an almost cosmic dimension. So it's weird. It's almost like Freud flirts with a kind of cosmic dualism between Eros and Thanatos. And I'm sure that certain psychologists, certain psychoanalysts like this idea of reading these two impulses into the universe itself. But I don't think Lacan, Zizek, or McGowan would go for that. But it's worth noting that Freud, he almost gives them a cosmic significance.
Yeah, and I could totally see how. So you're saying you're not sure if they do that though? If they're
I don't think Lacan or Zizek. I think they'd say, look, these are human aspects, they're parts of who we are, but let's not read these kind of tendencies into the universe itself. On top of, in part, when you look at nature, at least animals, they don't seem to have death drive operating in them. They seem to operate according to pleasure on some level. But
if you were using a Deleuzian-Guattarian metaphysics, though, it'd be like this isn't everything. It's just territorialization, reterritorialization, right? Wouldn't they?
Yeah, but here's the whole thing. Like, the whole thing centers around states of pleasure and states of jouissance. Well, at the end of the day, there's some sort of experiencer there. And I don't think trying to write this stuff into how rocks get produced by nature. I can see why they would be hesitant to go like, okay, now we're reading. It's almost maybe they would say, here's the problem with this is these are psychoanalytic concepts we use to have a certain effectiveness in the clinic. The second we try to take these concepts outside of the clinical setting, or even outside of doing social analysis, now we're setting psychoanalysis up to be a kind of metaphysics, or like the discourse of all discourses. And that would be a move they would all reject. Okay. They wouldn't. It's like making the psychoanalysis into the other of the other, right? The meta narrative, and I think they would say like, this is the problem that all discourses seem to have. They all want to make themselves the discourse. Science wants to do it. Religion wants to do it. And so I think they would avoid this, because the whole point for psychoanalysis, at least for Lacan, is to bring the analysan to realize there is no other of the other. There's nothing that has all the final answers. The big other doesn't exist. We talk about the big other, and of course there's, and for somebody new who's listening, by big other, we just think about the social order, think about language and our rules and customs and laws and all these kind of things, right? It's through language, it's through our societal structures that we make sense of our world and all of this, but every social order, every symbolic network is always lacking. It's always missing something. A good example of this is when you hear neuroscience trying to explain love. Well, you can talk about all the neurons that fire and you can do all the mechanics of it, but it never does justice to what it is to be in love. Mm-hmm. And you kind of need poetry to do that, right? Or art. And this is one of the temptations that most of these discourses have, is they want to be the discourse that explains everything else and occupy this kind of master position. But again, just like we talked about earlier, the figure of the master is always lacking. They're always castrated. So is every field of discourse or area of study or whatever you want to call them. Basically, psychology can't answer everything. Science, biology can't answer everything. Christianity can't answer everything, and that's kind of the point of this. Is they wouldn't want psychoanalysis to be given this status, that because they're always trying to undermine this status as such. And so, yeah, I think that's why some of the later ones would reject. And I mean, it's not that Freud actually does this. He just kind of, it's like he tiptoes in that direction of writing Thanatos and Eros into the fabric of the cosmos itself. I mean, it's almost like Taoism, right? Yin and yang and all that. And it's not that they're dismissing that. They're just saying, this is not what psychoanalysis is cut out for. Okay. I think they would argue.
Okay, gotcha.
So, okay, here's some basic quotes just to support what I've said so far. So, I'm big on quotes. I like seeing these thinkers say this stuff for themselves. And so, Freud says in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, and this is a very good definition of pleasure, or pleasure principle. He says, the pleasure principle, then, is a tendency operating in the service of a function whose business it is to free the mental apparatus entirely from excitation, or to keep the amount of excitation in a constant, or to keep it as low as possible. So I've been saying that the whole time, but there it is in Freud's own words, right? It's all about maintaining a low level of excitation or getting rid of excitation. And obviously death drive goes in the other direction. So, and then, as I said earlier, he acts like in this work that maybe death drive is primary. And again, we got to remember the mistranslation of the word trieb here. But he says the pleasure principle seems actually to serve the death instincts, death drives. And so that's an interesting thought. I mean,
in that they hold each other together, it's the idea that
the pleasure principle had been primary for Freud for 20 years of his career, and it had held like the central position in his theory of libidinal economy. And he's saying, well, maybe the whole functioning of pleasure principle, which is to get excitation out of the body, actually is there just to serve the impulsive death drive. Like, death drive wants to keep on building up and intensifying excitation. So maybe pleasure principle's only purpose is to get excitation out of the body just so death drive can build it up again.
So do you think that, because, you know, the American, you know, pop psychology is like, oh, be yourself, be authentic, find your enjoyment, integrate into the social order. Like, you know, if you're having trouble, if you're maladaptive, if you're not integrating, then you need therapy, and then we can integrate you back in somehow. And in part of what it might be doing, you know, it might have. Do you think it might have inherited that early Freud a little bit, where it's just kind of like, yeah, people want their own happiness. They want a pleasurable life. So the goal is to get them there, and we'll get down to their authentic self, and then they'll be able to do it.
So I'm so glad you said that. I meant to bring this up earlier, but you remember in the Jordan Peterson Zizek debate, there was one thing that they both agreed on, and it's that happiness is bullshit as the end all be all to life. And you know, Peterson is a Jungian, Zizek is a Lacanian, but I have to wonder if the secret the agreement is actually based on their understanding of death drive. Because if happiness, as we fantasize about the idea of being happy, it's really a life without any tension, right? Of perfect prolonged satisfaction. And the Freudian psychoanalytic insight would be, well, that ain't happening. Death drive is here to stay. Remember, Lacan said it's ontological. And now even Freud suggests that it's even primary. So the idea of human beings reaching some sort of blissful state of perfect balance and tensionlessness is completely mythological from the perspective of psychoanalysis. And despite their many differences, I kind of think that's why both Peterson and Zizek reject the concept of happiness. Totally. Because here's the thing, really, if you're happy, it's just a stroke of luck. It's not something you can actually work towards. It's something you really don't have control over. There are times in your life that, based on the certain situation, you could say, yeah, I'm actually happy at this point in my life. But it's beyond your control, and it's a matter of chance and luck. And the idea that we're all just supposed to work towards happiness, like it's something that we can just reach and then perpetually sustain, that is absurd from the perspective of death drive. Our very libidinal economies are based on undermining our pleasure. And here's the thing, right? In our example earlier, even if you have prolonged pleasure, that's not good enough to you. Like I said, you could be in a relationship and it can be on paper a good relationship. I have trust, you have reliability, you have a strong bond, and yet not good enough. That pleasure, that happiness isn't enough. Mm-hmm. And so it's like you have to, that's part of our tragedy of being the kind of beings that we are. And so I agree with, I hate to agree with Peterson on anything, but I do. I agree with him and Zizek that I don't think happiness is the right goal for human beings. Right. I think freedom or equality or solidarity, I think these are much more important, better aims for society, because I think those involve actual structural dynamics that we could potentially accomplish, whereas happiness is, again, it's so chance based that it's really not a good aim.
Right. Well, and you know, and the idea that, you know, the U.S. is supposedly founded on the right to the pursuit of happiness, right? It's like, which was originally going to be written as property, the right of property, and like, so the idea of like that these two words were interchangeable for them, right? The right to property is how John Locke wrote about it. Yeah, exactly. But like that was like that is classical liberal ideology to its like core is the idea that you as an individual can reach your own happiness in the pursuit of property through the game of one-upmanship in an economy. And
it's pure ideology. I mean, that's the thing, right? If we take Zizek's concept of ideology, or at least how he formulates it at one point, ideology is that which conceals or covers over a deadlock or an impossibility, right? And really, I mean, psychoanalysis would say being happy is an impossibility at the very ontological level. And yet, that's what ideology is always trying to sell us. So, to sell us the idea of happiness is really to convince us that we can become a being that we aren't, like we can have a whole different ontology, right? And which of course is impossible. So the ideology of happiness is very much a rejection of our fundamental ontology. And I mean, of course, like obviously there's better situations to live in, right? And some people would reject what we're saying here because they would have a different concept of happiness. Fair enough, right? Some people will have a much more realistic concept of happiness, and that's fine. But the way the concept of happiness generally works, and the way especially consumer society sells it to us, is that if we work hard, we will eventually reach this state of like perfect, prolonged satisfaction where it's like we've bought the last commodity we need, and like, oh, now I've got everything I want. And the idea of happiness being actual perfect satisfaction in having everything you want. You realize like that would be the end of desire. We are desiring subjects. Desire is this, I mean, without desire, we're not even human being anymore. So happiness is really this image of us not being human beings.
Exactly. Yeah, this is where Fight Club comes in, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You've got all the things. You've got all the stuff. It's all in order. You're not just successful, but you're like living a life of pleasure, and you've achieved it.
The narrator, Edward Norton, has everything that society says he needs to have a good life, and he does. He has job security. He has a good paycheck. He has a great apartment. He's filled it with what Baudrillard calls the system of objects, which is all of the consumer goods that are idiosyncratic that you use to give yourself a sense of individuality, right? He's got the whole thing, and yet he's miserable. And who is Tyler? What does he say to him when they're, the narrator's on the bus with Tyler, and he looks at the ad of, I think it's Calvin Klein, of the male model. And he looks at Tyler and he goes, "Is that what a man looks like?" And Tyler says, "Self-improvement is masturbation," right? Like the idea of self-improving to the way that society tells you to is bullshit. But what does he say? Now, self-destruction, right? So Tyler really embodies death drive, right? The whole thing is he's trying to blow apart the narrator's consumer identity, his position in this world. And this is what we mean, Lacanians mean by symbolic death, right? You want to die away from your social position, right? Again, we've talked about it before when we talk Heidegger, where if you are a piano player and that's been your project your whole life, and you're in a horrible accident and you tragically lose your hands, right? Your whole world, it's not just the tragedy of this horrible thing happening to your body. Of course there's that, but it's also the fact that you can't be the person you once were within your world. And so it's not just that you lose parts of your body, you lose your very self. And that, in that situation, is absolutely a tragedy. But there's times where your symbolic position, who you are in your world, is precisely the tragedy. And death drives what can help us break out of these allotted positions, these allotted identities in society. And so this is where death drive actually takes on a very positive revolutionary force, because it frees us from our social facticity, from the social basic coordinates we're thrown into in our little world. And so in a weird sense, we'll see it's actually the motor of freedom. And so this is why I said early on, we don't want to think death drive as bad and pleasure as good. They both can be bad and good, depending on the scenario. And
death drive can be liberating. Yeah,
absolutely. And pleasure can be imprisoning. Again, think about it, like somebody who's in a relationship, and you go down all the lists of what usually define the good, healthy criteria of a relationship. And if you can mark yes to all of them, you can say, oh, see, I'm living in happiness. I'm living in pleasure. I've got a good relationship. And yet still that pleasure, it feels like a prison you want out of. And so again, it just depends on the specific.
So are we just cursed then to constantly self-undermine any good situation we do find ourselves in? Is that a conclusion?
I mean, that's part of it. And so part of what we'll see is that we often fight our death drive, and obviously there's good reasons sometimes, but we act like it's not a part of us, or it's something we can get away from. And part of psychoanalysis, of course, it wants to help alleviate some of the problems generated by death drive, but it also wants us to learn to kind of, I mean, we can't really identify with it, but we can face up to the fact that this impulse is part of us, and it's just, there's no getting rid of it. And once you become aware, I mean, at first, when you start thinking in terms of death drive, it's most easy to see it at work in the people you're close with, right? Your family, your friends. Once you start to get an idea of how this thing works, you'll start to see it at work in everybody's lives around you. I see it in everybody. But it's like you as a psyche, right? This thing is positioned in your blind spot, right? McGowan emphasizes this, and they all emphasize this unconscious aspect of death drive. It's not like you're in control of it. It's in control of you. And there's
I'm so glad you said that. I'm so fucking glad you said that, because I just feel like it's like so much of the time when you're watching media critique or ideology critique, kind of stuff kind of in that vein, people think that everything's happening at this conscious, explicit level, as though that's yeah. Well, at least, and the thing is like, maybe we don't always know, but for sure, like, we should be less certain. That's the big thing. Is I just like the lack of epistemological humility, like, sometimes, because it's like, well, I think the natural conclusion of everything we're talking about is that, like, it should be a little less transparently obvious that we can be so certain of why we do the things that we do, like that. And that uncertainty, I think, is, I wouldn't say it's liberating, but it's important to get that kind of critical distance from not just yourself, but how you perceive reading intent into other people and stuff like that, which is why this is, this is useful, I think, for kind of a structuralist approach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is why Zizek says the only way that you can be a Marxist anymore is if you're a Lacanian.
Yeah. And this is why I think it's so important. And I mean, we could even touch on this briefly because I think it's so good. Actually, here, let me grab the quote.
All right, I'm gonna spam in chat the
All right, well, let's see. I've got it. It's what we were reading the other day, and so McGowan has this awesome book called "The End of Dissatisfaction: Jacques Lacan and the Emerging Society of Enjoyment," and this is why Zizek says this. Says that about, if you're going to be a Marxist today, you got to go through Lacan. There's various different reasons why he says it, but I think McGowan really gets at something important, and it very much what Zizek has in mind here too, which is on page 4 of this book, McGowan says, though Marxism has certainly fallen on hard times today, this fundamental thesis of Marxism hasn't. Okay, well, we need context. But he comes down later and he says, but if Marx errs, his error does not lie, as his critics often allege, in underestimating innate human selfishness, right? That's the whole capitalist. I mean, capitalists are always going, oh, Marx is dumb because he thinks, like, people can be all non-selfish, and he doesn't understand that humans are intrinsically selfish and egotistic, and that's why communism can never work, right? We've all heard that a million times. But this is like the psychoanalytic response to Marx. Again, I'll read it again. But Marx errs. His error does not lie, as his critics often allege, in underestimating innate human selfishness. Instead, his error, and again, it is the common error today, lies in the other direction, in underestimating the capacity of subjects to act against their self-interest. Right? The idea with Marx is, there's these bad ideas that have been implanted in workers' minds, and he called it ideology or false consciousness. And if we just explain how capital works and show workers how they're being exploited, how they're being fucked over, then they will see that overthrowing the system is what is in all of their self-interest, and we'll have the proletarian revolution. And the problem is, Marx is thinking only in terms of pleasure, right? He doesn't have this idea of, well, the big problem is that workers might very well enjoy their exploitation. That's what's difficult for all of us leftists to deal with. But that's why Zizek thinks understanding libidinal economy is essential for the left, because we always think that, like, if we can break the simulation, in Baudrillard's terms, or we can show them like what's going on behind bullshit ideological mystifications, if we can get them to the truth, then they'll all act in their self-interest. And the point is, people don't act in their self-interest by and large. And that's death drive, right? And so this impulse to act against your self-interest is explained by psychoanalysis, and for Zizek, Lacan does it better than anybody. And so that's why he thinks libidinal economy is essential to understanding political economy, right? Because the idea is people are doing certain behaviors on a daily basis, and we call this the economy. And it's not just a matter of self-interest that's at play, it's how they're constantly undermining themselves. And so to understand how the economy works, we have to understand how libido, or jouissance, death drive, works too. And so that's why Zizek has spent so much of his career talking about how, his famous his second book that he put out. It's called For They Know Not What They Do: Enjoyment as a Political Factor. Right? It's jouissance as a political factor.
I did not know about this book.
Yeah, so a lot of people actually think it's better than Sublime Object because it's actually more theoretical, and it was a series of lectures he gave to, I think, post-grad students or something, so he didn't feel like he had to dumb it down at all. It's more difficult, I think, than Sublime Object, but anyway, here's the thing. That subtitle could have been the same subtitle, it could have been the subtitle for Sublime Object of Ideology, enjoyment as a political factor. And so his point is
I'm waving around a copy here, and by the way, everybody, it is signed. It is signed by Slavoj Žižek. Yeah. And
anyway. So that's the idea, is that for us to understand how politics works, how the economy works, we have to understand how libidinal economy works, because they're intertwined. And yeah. So
cool.
I guess the only quote I want to read from Freud before we move on to Lacan is this is from, and this is just so relevant, right? This is how he ends Civilization and its Discontents. He says, "The fateful question for the human species seems to me to be whether and to what extent their cultural development will succeed in mastering the disturbance of their communal life by the human instinct drive of aggression and self-destruction. It may be that in this respect, precisely the present time deserves a special interest." He's talking about this drive we have, and for him, he's thinking about it in terms of aggression and self-destruction. He's saying this in light of, the development of nuclear weapons. Remember, this is in 29. And so we're headed into that World War II period. And he's getting very nervous because he's seeing all of the technological machinations of humankind, and he's getting really worried because he's seeing, technology keeps developing, humanity could actually bring about its own extinction, and with climate change and everything, it's even more relevant now. And it sounds crazy at first, but you start going, do we enjoy our destruction of the planet? Are we actually libidinally invested in it? And somehow that's a very frightening thought, because again, like McGowan says, right, the Marxist idea is you point out to people what's in their self-interest, they register what's in their self-interest, and then they begin to act in their self-interest. But think of how many people have tried to explain to climate deniers the facts, the situation, and they just totally reject it. And it gets to a point where you go, something else is going on here, because they're not, it's easy to just call them stupid, but it's not a matter of intelligence. Something else is involved here, and it's oftentimes jouissance. It's enjoyment. They enjoy transgressing the law, going against the norms. They enjoy not being part of the system. Like, that's what's so troubling, is that oftentimes we think that these political positions, these political identities are rooted solely in misunderstandings. Like, oh, if we could just reach them, if we could just get them to see what's really going on. No, what you realize is that so much of ideology doesn't have to do with meaning or concepts or facts or anything like that. It has to do with how people get off on it's how people enjoy themselves. And so once you realize that, it's like Zizek's point is, you have to start taking a different approach in how you try to mobilize people, because if you point out self-interest, right, here is what is rational, here is what is good, here is what is lawful, here's what is in your self-interest, there's a part of people that are going to want to go against that just because, right? Because going against the law, going against what's good for us means enjoyment. That's how the unconscious thinks, right? That's the logic of the unconscious. And again, if we could mobilize the left into a unified force in the world, like by pointing out self-interest to people, then we would have done that a long time ago. We as leftists of all kinds realize, like, why is this so fucking hard to just get people to do what's good for them?
Yeah. And
this is what Zizek has one of his great insights, and what I think he has to teach us, being on the left, is, yeah, there is this other thing going on. And I think anybody who's been, an activist or an organizer knows all too well that this shit is happening.
Yeah, like the one joke that you use, that Zizek uses, right?
About the genie. The
genie, yeah. You want to do that?
The joke goes like this. Imagine there's a guy, and he's walking along minding his business, and then all of a sudden a magical genie appears to him and says, "Hey, I'm a magical genie, and I am here to grant you whatever your heart desires. You get one wish. And here's the catch, though. Whatever you choose for yourself, whatever you wish, I'm going to do that double to your neighbor." And so the guy sits there for a minute, and he contemplates, and he thinks real hard about what he wants and what his wish is, and he's thinking about his neighbor getting it twice as much as him. And after a long, good thought, he looks at the genie and goes, "Take one of my eyes." And so this is a psychoanalytic joke that goes to show that oftentimes people are very willing to sacrifice their enjoyment, right, if it means even less enjoyment for somebody else.
Yeah.
Right. And this is the thing. Like, there's a weird sense where you could say a lot of Trump supporters, for example, oh, it's easy to go, oh, they're just misled, they're misconceived. But in reality, the psychoanalytic response would be, no, they elected Trump because they knew very well that it could mean worse situation for them, but they also think that it means twice as bad situation for liberals.
Exactly. Yeah, relatable. Yeah.
Exactly. And so that's where you start to get that so many acts or political events, right? So many of the happenings in politics really have to do with these unconscious libidinal speculations, right? Like people aren't even aware they're really thinking like that, because that's the whole point. There's a logic of consciousness. There's how we, and for the most part at the conscious level, of course, pleasure, self-interest, all of that kind of stuff is the main stuff. Most of us would not at the conscious level say, I'm trying to make my life worse. Like,
well, and this is probably this is probably also why, you know, it's impossible to find consensus in a group of people, period. But especially when there's like a bipartisan or nonpartisan issue that's just like clearly for the general good. And, you know, well, I mean, obviously there's powered interests and such, but you know, to be able to show, hey, we could work together sometimes, would probably actually, you know, it could also make you look good, right? But oh no, like the thing is your constituency wants to see the other side suffer. We're gonna make them sit in their skin and suffer. We want to make them sweat. You want to fucking, oh, like we could actually all come to accord on something and actually do something? No. We got to make them sweat. Yeah. Which is why for me, I mean, just like, you know, I try like, yeah, it's a rough relationship with me and just like culture war in general. Cause it's like, it's so easy to get sucked into, but at the same time, it's like, oh my fucking God. Like, can we fucking actually see some material changes like immediately? Because we're about to go off a cliff here.
Well, and here's the thing, like I said, I want to get to these points at the end of the lecture. I'm not going to go way into detail on these, but it's important to have something to go on. And we'll talk about jouissance or death drive on the right and death drive jouissance on the left, because I think they operate differently on either side, and that's part of the friction between them. But yeah, I mean, look, I mean, to illustrate, there's that great example. It's a footnote in Nietzsche's On the Genealogy of Morals. But remember where Nietzsche quotes the church father Tertullian, and he quotes Tertullian, and then he quotes St. Thomas Aquinas, because both of them, if I remember correctly, they both discuss the same scenario, right? Which is the idea is that once, like, Jesus comes back and Satan is defeated and everything, you know, the sinners go to hell, the saints go to heaven, and yet the people in heaven are going to watch the people in hell suffer. And it's a weird thing, right? Because Tertullian and Aquinas are sitting there, they're going, how can we enjoy ourselves by seeing this horrible pain that other people are in? And the theological twist is like, well, you're going to enjoy yourself by seeing God's justice realized. But I mean, when you look at this in this libidinal way, no, you just are enjoying the other people who either called you stupid or enjoyed all the sexual passions that you as a Christian had to sacrifice, right? You're seeing all of them suffer and you enjoy it, right? It's really a kind of libidinal fantasy of seeing the people who mocked you or made fun of you suffer. And so even though there's some part of you that's going to have suffering due to seeing them suffer, there's this other part of you that's just going to enjoy seeing them suffer. So it's like, yeah, I'm going to suffer in having to see them suffer, but there's another part of me that's just going to have immense enjoyment in seeing them suffer in hell. So I think that's a good example of showing how this kind of logic plays itself out. And
just an example for like how like an ignorance of these kinds of factors can lead to a sort of utopian approach to politics that kind of just, it's going to be useless because it'll miss important factors about how people actually work. So like I used to kind of just be like, oh, you know, football and all the other sports are just, you know, an expression of like toxic competition dynamics and like being like militarized, and it's all a bunch of pomp ceremony, like circus, where, you know, people can get behind like arbitrary fake identities and like put all this energy into something that's not even real, and it's a huge fucking waste of money and spectacle, and people, if they'd just direct that towards something that fucking mattered, that'd be great. And it's like, maybe, but also in every civilization that's been able to function at all, not in a complete state of chaos at every fucking moment, they found some way of giving the mob like a center of attraction that was meaningless, but that they could still pump all that energy into, because it's a way of like directing that in a way that's not going to, like, because if all those people directed their energy towards politics, you don't know that they would actually become like enlightened, like Democrat, they care about democracy all of a sudden. No, they would take all of that fucking hype that they're putting towards the red versus blue on the field, and they would just all be putting that into their, the king or whatever it is,
So in McGowan's lecture on Death Drive, McGowan's a big sports junkie. His example is exactly the one you bring up.
Oh, really?
His example is the reason why. Think about, a sport like football, especially, right? What sacrifice is essential to it? These guys just constantly sacrifice their body. We know, especially like the head trauma, the brain trauma that they're going through. They destroy their bodies. It's almost the same. You can even think about pro wrestling, right? What pro wrestlers put themselves through. It's insane. They might have the most, besides football players, the most broken bodies of anybody. And yet, whether you're talking about NFL fans or you're talking about wrestling fans, they put immense effort in knowing the history, knowing all about it. Like the commitment on the fans and the commitment on the football players and the wrestlers, there's immense enjoyment precisely because it involves so much sacrifice and loss. So much time and energy is sacrificed on meaningless activities. I'm not taking away if people like them. I'm not trying to be dismissive, but I mean, they're meaningless in the sense of they're not essential, like politics or the economy or things like that. Like the things that really enable us to maintain our material existence. They're just dumb activities, right? I mean, I'm guilty. Like I'm a retro gamer. I have as many dumb activities I'm hooked on as anybody. So it's not dismissing theirs. But the point is, for McGowan, it's precisely because it involves so much sacrifice and so much loss that it is enjoyable. And it's all circles around something dumb and meaningless. Like all of the activities we find the most enjoyable really are kind of stupid.
Like diamonds.
Say what?
Like diamonds, right? Because we both watched that episode.
We both have recently watched the. There's a show on Netflix called Explained, and I just have to say Netflix is doing some good documentaries right now.
Yes.
But there's on Explained, they do have a little documentary on diamonds and how the diamond industry came into being, and how the whole thing of like getting married involves a diamond ring and all that shit. Like they basically do the genealogy of it. Just like the value of a diamond was set arbitrarily by them, like because it was monopolized in the first place, and then when the monopoly was broken up, they all just kept going by that anyway, because they just knew that they could keep it at that level and make more money on the one hand, but also that people wouldn't want the diamonds as much if they weren't. If the sign value, if that rock on the ring did not say someone spent two months of their salary for this, if it didn't say that, then it wouldn't be worth anything. So, well, and think about it, the more you sacrifice, it's a dumb little object. Okay, it sparkles, and yet it means so much to people precisely because so much sacrifice. I mean, and the more money you blow on it, the more money you waste on it, the more it means to somebody, right? This is why waste is, Bataille is huge on this, and so is Marcel Mauss and Baudrillard, that it's stupid to us that waste means so much, but it does. And That's, you know, in this case, they just happen to channel waste into this highly profitable capitalistic industry.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea of social bonds being formed through waste or sacrifice, that goes way back to potlatch societies that Marcel Mauss was talking about. And so it's as if De Boer and the diamond industry just utilize it for its own sake. But there's a deep aspect in our libidinal economy of enjoying loss, enjoying the sacrifice, right? The only reason people enjoy the diamond ring is because so much money was sacrificed on it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And so again, you know, they showed how we can make essentially, they're real diamonds. They're just not made by the earth. They make them in a machine, and yet because they're cheap, nobody, even though they're basically the same material object, nobody wants them. And so
this is supposed to tie background to jouissance. Is that what we're doing with this, or
right? Because it ties back to death drive. That death drive enjoys not, or it's sacrificing the object, losing the object, missing the object, getting, like, it enjoys the very act of you not getting what you want, right? Most people would say, I just want the money that I spent on the diamond, because you can do so much practically with the money. Like, the money can be used for all kinds of rational reasons, self-interest, right? But then when you spend it on the diamond, it's like there's really nothing in your self-interest. It doesn't make any sense, but there's immense enjoyment that people get from doing these kind of things, and it has to do with death drive. So, okay, I want to get through Lacan, and then we'll touch on Zizek, and then we'll get to the final points that we discussed. So I'm just going to kind of go through this quickly because we've said so much already about it. But okay, so Lacan was always talking about death drive, of course, but he didn't really focus on it until Seminar 7. And Seminar 7 is one of his big four, one of the big four. And by that I mean there's 4 seminars of his that really are considered the 4 most important, the most significant, and it's Seminar 7, which is called The Ethics of Psychoanalysis. Then there's Seminar 11, which is probably the most famous and most significant of them all, and it's the 4 fundamental concepts of psychoanalysis. It's that important because he's going back to basics. He's dealing with the 4 core concepts. And then there's Seminar 17, and that one's really important because that's where he works out his theory of the 4 discourses. And maybe sometime we'll do a talk on that in the future. That would be fun. And then Seminar 20, which is all about sexuation and different types of jouissance and everything. But that's where he talks about the feminine structure and the masculine structure, sexual difference. And so those are his big 4. But the first time he really focuses on death drive is in Seminar 7. And he returns to it again in Seminar 11, and he does make some variations on it, make some modifications. But in Seminar 7, he formulates it like this. He says that death drive is a movement beyond the symbolic order. Well, this is what we've been saying here all along. It's a movement beyond law, beyond your social identity, beyond your being in the world, your social position, right? I mean, death drive wants to explode your specific identity or position in the world, right? Your identity in the world. And so death drive is a path the subject has to the real and what escapes the symbolic, right? So that's jargon, a lot of jargon, but the real, the way he talks about it, and there's a million different things we say about the real, and we've already talked about the registers, but think of it just like this. Like, you exist in a world, there's a certain identity that you have established or has been allotted for you, and yet there's all kinds of ways you could exist as a different person, right? Yet it's like death drive just wants out of your social position. It wants to, again, like if you're you're a musician and you've been a musician your whole life, there's some part of you that wants out of this position. Like, I want to be freed from this person I've become, this social identity I've established.
Right.
And this is what he means by symbolic suicide. This is the death that death drive is actually seeking. Not literal biological death, but symbolic death.
This is my chance to say that I am releasing a video in the next few days. It's a clip of the interview I did with Dr. Ian Thompson on Heidegger and death, and it's about existential death, which is not the same as, like, you know, your body dying. And that, you know, it's about existential world collapse. And so we don't really have to get too into it right now, but it's super related to this. I'll just say that because it's like
easily connected to what he means by symbolic death.
It's like the world of the carpenter, you know, it includes like so much. Everyone sees you this way. Everything, you know, your knowledge is all related to this. Like your entire relation to your workshop is in this. And, if you go through, like, if your death drive were to kick in, like the way it would relate to existential world collapse, is that everything in that world is pretty much like either lost its value or has its fundamental meaning has shifted to where it's just like you either want to have nothing to do with it or you know, and existential world collapse could also be like, you know, you're a violin virtuoso and then your hand gets broken and you're not anymore, right? Like, and suddenly this whole world that you had like cultivated, you know, is just gone, like
shattered.
Shattered. Except that so that would not necessarily be death drive, but a lot of things that we see as like existential world collapse, death drive is usually going to play a role in that.
But here's the thing, it depends on where the death drive is focused, because to destroy your social order, to destroy your world, is to destroy your symbolic position. Like, that's why Joker, right, in The Dark Knight, he's almost pure death drive, where it's like, I don't want any symbolic identity, I just want to just destroy to destroy. He gets enjoyment just from what he's doing. It doesn't serve any cause, right? He doesn't really have any lofty values he's trying to actually establish. It's Michael Caine, right? He says some men just want to watch the world burn, and that's the idea. Like, death drive wants to destabilize ourselves and the world for its own enjoyment. Like, it enjoys the very process of undermining them. But so yeah, there's ways to connect it to like existential death, but
yeah, there's the aside. I was looking for an opportunity to plug that video because it's
this follows it up, right? So Lacan, following in the footsteps of the Marquis de Sade, he associates death drive with the destruction of the world. Death drive seeks to destroy the world so as to start all over again. That is, to create a new world. Creation ex nihilo. Death drive is the urge to start everything from zero. So there's a whole chapter or a whole session of Seminar 7 that's called Creation ex nihilo, and it's right there with death drives, the death drive session, and that's the way Lacan at this point formulates death drive. It's this desire. Tom Waits is one of my favorite singers, and he's got a song, and it goes, you know, I want to walk away and start all over again. Well, that really sums up death drive, right? Yeah. And it's like, I just want to start from zero. I want to start, but that's what's interesting, right, about what Lacan says. It is an impulse for destruction, but it wants to create once it's destroyed. So he also gives it this kind of creative aspect that you don't really see in Freud. And so this is one of his original contributions. But so death drive seeks symbolic death, not biological death. Symbolic death leads to the evacuation of the symbolic field, the world, the signifying chain, etc. A lot of terms there, but it's really just a way of, I want to like kill the society that operates within me. Like, I want to be freed from this. And that's a weird way, like evacuating the symbolic field, but it's just really a way of saying, I'm not going to live under the pressure or the confines of my social order and death drive like wants to get all of those like social prohibitions, social laws, limitations, wants to blow all those apart.
You know, this world destruction, you know, this is being used in the sense from being in time, right? This is the idea. This is there's
the world is symbolic order, basically.
Right. Yeah. This is okay.
And so death drive frees us from our socio-symbolic moorings, right? Our anchorings, and it frees us from our positions in the world. Symbolic death via death drive is a way of getting a fresh start. At any moment, we can make everything we value count as nothing to us. Now, I'm not saying it happens at the conscious level, but there's some part of us that can just go, all this shit that I think is so valuable, it's not valuable to me at all, right? I mean, again, to go back to Fight Club, that's what he does. He blows up his nice apartment filled with all the consumer products that society tells him he has to have in order to be happy. And once he do, he goes and lives in an abandoned hellhole. But he enjoys it, right? It's freedom to him that he's destroyed his consumer goods, and he destroyed his pleasure. And by doing so, he's like destroyed his social status, his social position. And so he's found this immense enjoyment in the freedom he's gotten from committing a symbolic suicide, not a literal suicide, but a symbolic suicide. And so there's actually immense freedom in it oftentimes. So,
would you say cigarettes or alcohol are somehow related to death drive?
Absolutely. So, yeah. I mean, all kinds of stuff we do. Overeating, eating things like it's not even overeating. One of the basic
no, gluttony, straight up though, just cramming my face, eating way too much. Absolutely.
But no, you know what? I mean, this is why this is a great instance of jouissance, death drive. Americans, one of their baseline forms of death drive or enjoyment isn't just eating too much. That's part of it. But it's eating bad shit for the sake of it. You know, they want to eat fast food for the sake of it. And like in New York, remember where they were trying to limit like the size of the sodas you could buy?
Bloomberg, he did it. Everyone's like, he's a fascist.
Everybody fucking hated him for it.
Yeah. And that's the funny thing is like
American death drive. That's American jouissance. It's like, fuck you, asshole. Like, don't you ever make me give up doing what's bad for me because I enjoy it so fucking much.
A normie American sees Richard Spencer and goes, a fascist? I don't know about that. I don't know if that's really a fascist. We can't be so sure. You just call everyone you don't like a fascist. But then they turn around and call Bloomberg a fascist because he banned their large drink, you know.
My 64-ounce Coke from me out of my cold dead hand.
Yeah, exactly. Out of my cold dead hand.
This is where you see, this is libidinal economy. This is all of the. A lot of this sounds so abstract, but the reason I like these theoretical tools more than a lot of them is it makes sense of all the shit you deal with in your everyday life in a way that a lot of philosophies, or he wouldn't call it philosophy, but the way that a lot of conceptual systems aren't able to. So, I mean, psychoanalysis really can help us understand why people are so mad about not being able to purchase, a 284, ounce Coke or whatever it was.
Right. And if it doesn't always explain the situation in a way where we now understand the situation, it can at least like free that situation up into a perspective to where you can see a variety of different like factors that can be at work, which like where people take cultural discourse at this superficial and explicit level, and they don't realize that there's people have their unconscious, they have their desire, they have their libidinal investments. Habitus is not just like your behavior. Your habitus is like
libido.
It's you're shaped this way. This is the way that you found to cope. As Dr. Dreyfus would say.
And again, I didn't clarify. When in a Lacanian context, when you talk about libido, right? For Freud, it's sexual energy, but libido really more or less is used as a synonym for jouissance with Lacanians. Maybe they make some really detailed distinction there, but most of the time, libido is just another term for jouissance. And so, but no, you know this as well as I do, that if somehow like leftists were able to come to power in America and they really did occupy the positions of power, and they said, hey, guess what we're going to do? We're going to give all Americans really great, fresh, healthy food. We're going to get rid of the bullshit chemicals, all the processed garbage, and we're going to have the best, fresh, healthiest food in the world. Americans would go, fuck you. And they would demand their McDonald's, they would demand their KFC. And this is just one of the aspects of our, it's weird, it's part of American identity, it's part of American ritual that people enjoy their fast food. And the idea, if they ever thought somebody was going to take these places from them, they would lose their shit. And at a conscious level, you could talk to them and they would agree, but they would still lose their shit. And that's why you start to see this shit at work and you're just like, my God, like everybody knows this shit is bad for them. And we do this thing like, oh, people eat there because they can't afford to eat good food. That's true of some people, definitely. But damn well if the day came where we were going to shut down all the fast food restaurants, it would be like fucking riots and shit over, like, no, goddamn it, I will enjoy myself in the ways that me and my parents and my grandparents have enjoyed ourselves.
Yeah,
it's weird. Like eating bad fast food is one of the real American rituals.
Well, just a perfect example of how hard it is to change these kinds of habits in relations to desire is just think about how often people are trying out diets or thinking about trying out diets. That's it's just a perfect, this consumes us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's like, well, I mean, your habitus is not just a bunch of habits that you just develop. Like, no, like this is, it's also like a part of your libidinal economy. And these things are like, yeah, it's a lot more complex than just like what you're doing in the moment, which is why we have to talk about subjectivities instead of just like egos, because egos are just like subjective reports. But it's like, yeah,
ego is just a part of our psyche or human condition or subject, whatever we want to call it.
Yeah.
Libidinal economies. So,
I am
okay,
objects
so
like that super.
Here.
I am objects like that Super Cyan McNuggets lady. Did you ever see that? I don't know if I saw this one. I am object.
I've heard of it. I don't think I saw it though.
Okay, we need to see it because I don't know. But Nuo asked, "Is death drive phallic then, as in not being repressed?"
That's I mean, this is one of these things. Phallic. That
I know you don't like to talk about the phallus as much. Yeah.
Well, no, it's just because whenever Lacanians or even people who are into psychoanalysis, half the time when they use that term, I don't know what they mean because, I mean, I would need a definition. Like, okay, I don't see, like, it's phallic and not being repressed. I mean, I guess, but at the same, like, the imaginary phallus is what is repressed by the name of the Father. So, again, phallic is one of these terms that I've never found like what the consistent signified is when Lacanians are using it. If they want to give a definition, I'd love to, I could see what I'd come up with, but.
Yeah, maybe. Hey, there's been a lot of great comments. One of the things that sucks about live streams, usually those great comments don't make it into the actual comment section of the YouTube video when it gets published, but a lot of these, like, I'm really interested to see these conversations keep going, but they can also keep going on the Discord. So if you're not in there, you're welcome to get in there. It's sometimes we share links. Usually I just announce that we're going live. That's mostly what happens there, but there's other cool shit. There's sometimes cool shit there.
Okay. Yeah, I want to kind of get through this Lacan section here. Okay, so we often try to give ourselves justifications for our symbolic suicides, but in reality, they defy all rational explanations. An example Todd McGowan gives is from this old classic Western called 3:10 to Yuma, and it makes no sense that this guy would act the way he does at the end of the film, but he ends up making a decision that's going to probably lead to his actual death. But and it's not like he did it out of any like moral sense of what's right and what's wrong. He just made this self-destructive act, and you could tell that he immensely enjoyed it, even though and he tries to give it a little justification, but it doesn't really make sense of anything. So these explanations don't make sense insofar as they are the rejection of our self-interest. Like, you can try to explain it away or give it a justification, but you're ultimately acting against what's in your self-interest, so they don't really make a whole lot of sense, and at least not according to conscious logic, right? And but the possibility of this symbolic suicide is always open to us. And so Lacan says in Seminar 7, the drive as such, insofar as it is then a destruction drive, has to be beyond the instinct to return to the state of equilibrium of the inanimate sphere. What he just said there, he's rejecting that idea in Freud that we want to return to our inanimate being, right? We want to literally kill ourselves, because if the drive gets off on destruction, then it wants to keep on destroying. Well, to continue destroying, you have to exist in some way. You don't want to literally die, and so it's his way of it's his way of saying, like, drive is not actually chasing some inanimate state. So he rejects that part of Freud, but then he says will to destruction, will to make a fresh start. And that's just what we were talking about. Drive wants to collapse our symbolic identity so we can create a new one, which in turn it can destroy again. And then he says Freud's thought in this matter requires that what is involved be articulated as a destruction drive, given that it challenges everything that exists, but it is also a will to create from zero, a will to begin again. And so we'll see how this has implications that we're going to flesh out in a minute. Then in Seminar 11, Lacan returns to the concept of drive, but he really, and I said this at the very beginning when we started, there's death drive and then there's the drives. And there's four main drives that Lacan talks about: the oral drive, eyes, ears, mouth, and anus. So those are the four drives. And he says that every drive is a death drive. So in these four particular drives we have, death drive is always at work. And the thing is, to talk about the drives in their particularity, we'd have to do a whole nother lecture. So I'm not going to get into the particularity of the drives. But what he does in Seminar 11, and this is something that huge for Zizek, he's always talking about this, is that he says drive follows a circular movement. That is, drive circles the object. Death drive is the way the subject inherently satisfies itself. Death drive is inherently satisfying for the subject. Death drive is not pleasurable, but it is satisfying or enjoyable, which means it produces jouissance. Death drive gets satisfaction, jouissance, by missing its object. Death drive involves the enjoyment of not attaining the object. So here's the point. This building up of excitation, this building up of jouissance, the reason you don't want to get the object you think you're aiming at is once you get it, it would reduce, like pleasure principle would kick in, and it would reduce the buildup of the excitation, and that would neutralize precisely what the drive is trying to do. And so, okay, like I said, drive is this really specifically human thing, but a certain animal gives us a brilliant example or a brilliant image to go off of, right? It's the dog chasing its own tail. That's what drive is for us, right? The dog doesn't actually want to get the tail, because then the game, the chase, the buildup would be over. The dog, and again, I'm not saying that this is actually death drive at work in a dog. It's just the dog chasing its own tail is a nice image of how drive works in us, where the last thing the dog would want is to get to actually bite his tail. And so for us, the last thing we want as far as drive goes is to actually get the thing we're pursuing. We want to keep on missing it, or like that's the dog going in a circle, right? That's the way it's like drive circles its object. And you'll hear Lacanians always talk like this, but it just means if you keep going around, if you keep circling this path, right, you never actually get your hands on the thing. And you just like, and think about even in old movies where two guys are about to fight, but instead of like going directly at each other, they like build this tension up by just walking around in a circle. And Lacan uses this idea of the circularity of the drive to say, like, drive just wants to continue not getting what it wants, because if it gets what it wants, it'll be satisfied, and then it will reduce jouissance, it will reduce excitation. So to continue to build excitation, it has to continue to not get what it's chasing.
So, okay, to me, it's just confusing because it's like, I don't know, if I just think of like the example of binging, it's like, no, I do want to get full. Like, I don't know, I want to get really full. So what's, and then I do get really full after some point.
Binging,
right?
again, to overeat is totally against your self-interest. Like, that's the thing. When you actually overeat, when you binge, you eat to the point of it's a pleasure and pain. You know, it's jouissance. But, you know, an example of this idea of you just want the stimulation or the excitation without the object. Think about babies with pacifiers, right? I mean, from a if we want to view, view it in terms of biological need, then the baby wants the milk from the breast, right? But this is Freud's early observation, is that the human baby is different than the puppy, right? Animals want the nourishing substance, and then when they get enough, they're done. Babies just want to suck the breast, not for the milk, but just to suck the breast. That's why babies will, they suck on pacifiers, because the oral drive wants that stimulation, and it's almost as if the milk like gets in the way, right? Because once you've had there's only so much you can eat, right? So you have to stop. But like the drive just wants to keep on going, and
but the drive is not the instinct, right? And so this is right where you're like, isn't it just instinctual just to want to suck on something at that age or something? Like,
you don't see animals repeat this. Like, what's instinctual is to get the. I mean, when you think of animals, right? Most animals actually eat enough to maintain a certain weight. You don't see animals have drastically different weights in their species, like overly overweight or underweight, right? They tend to eat a certain amount to maintain a certain weight that's optimal for their physicality. Well, humans don't do that, and there's psychoanalysis talks about anorexia and all this. Like, there's an enjoyment in not eating the food, right? And then you can also get immense enjoyment from overeating, and this has to do with drive, whereas the instinct or the biological need in animals seems to always be geared toward homeostasis, towards balance, right? And again, when you look at most species, unless they're in really unique circumstances, they all tend to seem to have the same kind of weight for their species, and it's as if like their biological makeup just keeps them in a kind of balance with their environment in a way that we just cannot maintain. And so that's the thing, is like whether it's the pacifier or it's sucking the thumb or whatever, that's like the oral drive, where it doesn't satisfy any biological need. There's really no point to it. It's the fact that these organs cease to be pure biological organs, and they take on a life of their own. That's why psychoanalysis calls them partial objects, right? It's as if these things have a mind. I mean, in generic discourse, people talk about like how the penis has a mind of its own, but the mouth has a mind of its own, the eyes have a mind of their own, the ears have a mind of their own, the anus, and that's part of what drive theory gets at, is how these parts of our bodies really are their own kind of subjects. They're weird. they have a weird kind of fixation on stimulation for the sake of stimulation, and it doesn't meet any biological necessities. And in a lot of ways, like meeting the biological necessity can hamper the drive. It can get in the way of what it wants to do. And so that's what he means by drive wants to miss the object. It wants to not get what it wants, precisely so it can keep on stimulating itself, building up tension, building up excitation. And so then he goes on. So this is important, right? So what does psychoanalysis do when it comes to this, right? Okay, you have this drive, and it goes out of its way to self-sabotage. It goes out of its way to not have satisfaction, to keep on missing the object. Well, psychoanalysis seeks to shorten the circuit of the drive. The idea is that when you're doing this thing of like you're giving yourself too much trouble, you're making it too hard to reach pleasure or have satisfaction or whatever, when you're constantly doing this, they can take on these really elaborate ways. People will go out, people will have these elaborate ways of giving themselves too much trouble. And what psychoanalysis does is try to shorten the circuit, which is to say, like, it tries to lessen how much trouble you give yourself. It's not saying it will ever get rid of drive. It won't. It's not saying that it can do away with, this impulse to, have jouissance. It won't. But what it can try to do is help you not sabotage yourself so extremely in this circular motion of the drive. So,
did you look at the screen?
It's like it's trying to make the trouble you give yourself for the sake of your enjoyment less troublesome. It's trying to make it easier to enjoy. And so it's like making the drive work more, in a way that's smoother. And that's, so Lacan even says this in Seminar 11. He says, on the whole, and as a first approximation, I would say that to which they give satisfaction by the ways of displeasure is nevertheless, and this is commonly accepted, the law of pleasure. Now, again, he's using these terms in a way that's not yet, like, sometimes when he says pleasure, it's like he has jouissance in mind, and I know that's confusing, but he's trying to say that what you find in psychoanalysis is that the only way people get pleasure is by giving themselves displeasure, which is to say the only way they get jouissance is by sabotaging their self-interest, going against what's good for them, so on and so forth. And then he goes on, let us say that for this sort of satisfaction, jouissance, they give themselves too much trouble, up to a point, or it is this too much trouble that is the sole justification of our intervention. Our intervention is our intervention as psychoanalysts is to help them lessen how much trouble they give themselves for the sake of their enjoyment.
Whoa.
And so,
whoa.
So here's the thing.
That's interesting, yeah.
How much time do we have left? Because here's what I've got. And obviously, we want to touch on that, but I have the other things I want to talk about. So how much time do we have left?
I mean, we've had like a steady 33 people for the last like 2 hours. I wonder if there's people who are like coming in and out, and they're just like going to keep coming in and out. If there's people who are like, they're just barely hanging on, but they want to finish it out. They're like,
That's the thing. It's like, okay, I don't want to. If they want to keep going, I'm fine. Like I can keep going. I just don't want to keep people here if they're all like sitting there like, okay, we've done 3 hours, we're done. I'm just saying we've got the stuff on Žižek, and then we have the other stuff that we were going to get to. But maybe I could just go through the Žižek stuff quickly and get to the.
Hey, it's no rush.
We've done the important stuff.
Hey, one of the things about Lacan is variable end times. So
Exactly
we fucking do it how we want to do it. If you and I want to have a 7-hour conversation, we're not gonna do that. But if we wanted to, we could. Like it's like slow reading, you know. I feel like this is wait, I was gonna say so. We've done the first one that was on the symbolic, the imaginary, and the real, Then we did the one on fundamental fantasy, and now we're doing Death Drive. But were we gonna do the one on ideology next, or were we gonna do the one on objet petit a?
We haven't decided.
Okay. But that's kind of like, yeah, the direction this is all going. And so I just feel like spending a lot of time on Death Drive is worthwhile, and getting into the weeds a little bit more in the middle section of the playlist is useful. It's like this, you're not just talking out of your ass. You've got the quotes. I really do appreciate that. And so I like working through them. And I feel like it's good to have an episode where we just work through some quotes. And if we do it more often, that's great, because I think we should normalize it.
Well, the Zizek quotes are really good. Here's what I'll say is, I know that throughout this, and I even knew it when I was preparing this, I've been repeating myself. I keep going back to the same points, but the reason I'm doing that, especially in this one, is at a theoretical level, it's like, okay, there's this thing, this part of me that's undermining myself, but it really doesn't take, it takes a while to truly kind of accept this. And so that's why I keep going back and re-emphasizing the same points over and over again, is because it's easy to hear somebody go, oh yeah, there's a part of us ourselves that kind of undermines ourselves and seeks our own like destruction. And it's like, yeah, okay, whatever. But I think it's really important to see how this is it is truly a part of ourselves, and how it's playing itself out in our lives, in our world, in our politics. And I think that's why, like, I think it's, this one in particular is extremely important, I think, for the left to understand and come to terms with, and to see how it functions in politics, because a lot of this is really oblivious. Like, you don't really notice it until somebody who's into psychoanalysis. Like, I didn't notice this shit until I got into psychoanalysis. And so I think for the sake of politics and political progress even, this concept in particular is really essential.
One of the people in chat named PaxCal119, there in the Twitch chat, said, as someone who works around healthcare organizing for low-income / marginalized groups, this is fucking enlightening, sticking around. So
awesome. Okay.
We've got people here for it. That's dope.
Well, let's do this. Like, I want to talk about the Zizek stuff and the Zizek quotes, and then I'll just tell everybody right now, if you're sticking around, we're gonna get into some examples at the end. We're gonna talk about just some basic ways that we can see Death Drive and Jouissance operating in politics. And so I'm gonna go through the stuff on Zizek. Like, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it, because really we've already done the heavy lifting, and I want to get to the examples. So let's get through the Zizek stuff as quickly as we can, and then we'll finish off.
Here's what I'm gonna do. We've had a lot of back and forth. I'm gonna just give you a section of exegesis for like 8 minutes here, and I'm gonna turn off my camera and mute myself so I can do something off camera, and for my own pleasure, or jouissance. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. But yeah, I'll be right back, and I'll be listening, and I'm watching, and I'm still with the chat. So, but yeah, how about you just like unpack a few of these in a marathon
let me knock
style.
out the Zizek stuff.
Dope.
I don't want to rush through it, but I want to knock it out quickly, and then
I just want to get out of the way of you just doing it. Yes, go.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, so Zizek on Death Drive. So drive is satisfied through its movement, whereas desire is inherently dissatisfied. So here's the thing. There is this distinction between desire and drive, and this is a big one, especially in Lacanian psychoanalysis. And oftentimes it is not clear, and oftentimes it seems like they kind of go hand in hand, desire and drive. But Zizek is important because he really wants to emphasize that there's a difference here. And desire, the idea is that they have different structures, right? They almost can maybe feel similar, but how desire works is not how drive works. And so Zizek contrasts the satisfaction of drive with the dissatisfaction of desire. And there's a thing that Lacanians will always say, that desire is a defense against jouissance. Well, there's one of the big differences, right? With drive, you're getting some kind of jouissance. It might not be like the primordial, mythological, perfect jouissance, right? But you're getting some sort of jouissance when it comes to drive. Desire actually doesn't give you jouissance. Desire wants to keep on desiring, which is to say, it wants to it wants to not get the object, right? Even though it constantly is pursuing it. And so the point is, desire really doesn't get jouissance. It desires precisely so it can get, like, desire desires desire. That's a thing you'll hear Lacanians say. And so it's almost a trick desire plays on itself. Desire will tell you it wants jouissance, but what it really wants is to not get jouissance just so it can keep on desiring. So desire wants to be dissatisfied. It wants to lack jouissance, even though it's constantly pursuing it. Whereas drive actually gets jouissance, but it doesn't. It gets it from missing the object it's chasing. It's bizarre, and I get this is like where we're kind of at the high aspect of the theory. This is a more complicated thing, but here's how Zizek describes it in Less Than Nothing. Let me
hold on. Pascal, thank you so much for the donation of $7.50. You are amazing. Yeah, thanks. I'm happy I finally learned to voice meters so that when we're in these calls, you're able to finally hear my sound effects. Like before, you weren't hearing them.
Oh no, amazing! I heard it.
Yeah.
Beta.
Yeah. I love this one. This one I never really get a good chance to play it, but here we go.
What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
Wait, that's Hakan, right?
That's Hassan Piker, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But I'm trying to read the donation note, but it's not like telling me, which is I'm gonna try to go figure this out. But you go ahead and
thank you for the donation.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so yeah, back to the difference between drive and desire. So again, drive gets some kind of jouissance, right? It actually has some sort of jouissance, whereas desire is always dissatisfied. It's always lacking jouissance. Yet it's always pursuing it, right? The way to think of desire is the image of the donkey's carrot, right? Where somebody's holding out a carrot on a string in front of a donkey, and the donkey is constantly moving towards the carrot, but it doesn't get it no matter how much it moves towards it. That's how desire works with what it desires. It's structured in such a way as to continuously not get jouissance. And so Zizek says in Less Than Nothing, that is to say, one can conceive the rotary motion of the drive. Again, that's rotary motion has to do with this, the way of talking about the circularity of the drive, that the drive just wants to go round and round and round without actually attaining the thing it's circling, right? The rotary motion of the drive as a way to avoid the deadlock of desire. The primordial lack / impossibility, the fact that the object of desire is always missed, is converted into a profit when the aim of libido is no longer to reach its object, but to repeatedly turn around it. Satisfaction is generated by the very repeated failure of direct satisfaction. So there's, again, that's complicated, but he's saying desire is like wants this kind of direct satisfaction. There's something that's desire, there's something causing it to desire, and it wants to fill the void, right? It wants direct, immediate access to jouissance. And what's weird about drive is drive actually does get some jouissance, but it's precisely because desire's never getting what it wants. It's always chasing it. And so drive is getting this enjoyment from desire not getting what it's chasing, not getting what it wants. And so it's funny that it's in not getting what it wants, in indirect enjoyment, that the drive enjoys. So it's as if we are always chasing some primordial jouissance, some sort of jouissance with a capital J, and we want this direct, immediate jouissance. And in reality, the only jouissance we ever actually have is from not getting what we want, but in pursuing what we want. So it's like this is why there's this term Lacan comes up with that Zizek's going to use in the next quote called surplus enjoyment. There's like the direct enjoyment, the direct jouissance we really want, that it's like in fantasy, it's like sublime, right? But then there's the actual jouissance we get in the pursuit of the direct jouissance we want. And again, if this is like kind of difficult to follow, I understand it's theoretically challenging, but again, he's trying to make this sharp distinction between drive and desire, which is often confused or blurred in Lacan, and that's it's difficult, but he's getting at this really important insight here. So, and he goes on, and one can also conceive desire as a mode of avoiding the circularity of the drive. The self-enclosed rotary movement is recast as a repeated failure to reach a transcendent object which always eludes its grasp. So again, it's another way of saying that desire wants to go directly for this object. It never can, but drive is in a weird way taking advantage because it enjoys the very inability, the missing of the object, right? The failure to attain the object. So that's the, like, there's this weird friction between drive and desire, and drive is ultimately profiting off of the failure of desire to reach its object. So then he continues, within the domain of drive, the same gap appears in the guise of the difference between the drive's goal and aim. So I've already kind of alluded to this distinction here between the drive's goal and the drive's aim. He says, as elaborated by Lacan, the drive's goal to reach its object is false. It masks its true aim, which is to reproduce its own circular movement by way of repeatedly missing its object, right? So again, it's as if the drive, it's weird, you can't talk to the drive, but hypothetically, just pretend you could talk to a drive. A drive would say it's doing what it's doing for a goal, like it's trying to reach a certain object, it's trying to gain satisfaction from an object, but that is actually not the true aim. The true aim is to continue to not get what it wants and to enjoy this not getting what it wants. And that's where the jouissance is actually in. So this is where I'm sure you know people, right, who you say they have a certain talent and they should pursue it, right? And yet you can tell in some weird way they enjoy not pursuing it, or they enjoy not realizing it. Or it's like somebody who says they want to be famous, but they go out of their way to sabotage every opportunity they have to become famous. The enjoyment is not where you think it is, right? And so that's what he's getting at here. If the fantasized unity with the object brought the full, impossible, incestuous jouissance, what I've been calling primordial jouissance, he often will call it incestuous jouissance, because it goes back to the idea of having this immense jouissance at your mother's body. And it doesn't even have to be your literal mother, just your primary caregiver, right? It's the idea that when you're an infant, you're not subject to prohibition, you're not in language, right? It's like you exist in just pure, unmediated, direct jouissance. And it's like once we're in language and we become socialized and restrictions are put on our enjoyment and our desire, it's as if we retroactively, at an unconscious level, think like, oh, we had this kind of incestuous, immediate jouissance that we'll never have again, but we want again. And so that's kind of the phantasmatic jouissance, is like a jouissance more intense and more perfect than any kind of jouissance we'll ever actually have. But the point is, we didn't really have this. All you have to do is be around a baby for a while to see that babies are not in this kind of libidinal bliss. Like, half the time they're fussing and crying and all, you know, babies don't have it perfect, but it's weird. It's like a retroactive effect of becoming a subject of the law, of accepting prohibition, of being socialized, that it's like this unconscious thing. Well, if you know, to become a social subject, I had to give up something. And it's weird, you didn't really give up anything, right? You just, it's bizarre. There's no real thing you gave up to become socialized. It's just a kind of dynamic you were in before language. And yet we reify it and we act like there's some object that's just like filled with concentrated jouissance. And if we ever get it, we're going to be in libidinal heaven, right? But no object actually exists like that. So, but the thing is, we do have jouissance, and the jouissance we actually have, like we could call it actually existing jouissance, is surplus jouissance, or surplus enjoyment. So he says,
yeah, I've never really understood that idea. What is that?
Okay, so at the level of libidinal economy, it's like I was just talking about. It's as if there is this mythical jouissance, like if we just get it, whatever it is, it's like it will blow our minds, right? Like it's the enjoyment beyond all enjoyment we're all seeking. But that enjoyment doesn't actually exist. But what does exist is the enjoyment we get from seeking that enjoyment. And that's surplus enjoyment. It's the enjoyment we get from pursuing the object, the enjoyment we'll never get. And again, I hate to talk in these terminological circles like that, but hey, this is part of what this comes with the territory, I guess. So, if the fantasized unity with the object brought the full/impossible incestuous jouissance, the drive's repeated missing of its object does not simply compel us to be satisfied with a lesser enjoyment, but generates a surplus enjoyment of its own, the plus de jour. And so that's, again, it's this idea that the enjoyment we actually have is the enjoyment we get from not getting the enjoyment we actually want. And so it seems like all of this is irrelevant. I get that, right? Well, this just seems like little distinctions within other distinctions, but the point for Lacan is when you're talking to somebody, you're talking to a patient, an analysand. They're always going to start talking about like some fantasy or whatever, where they think it's just the end all be all. It's it, right? And it's as if they think that's what they're focused on. That's where their enjoyment lies, is if I could just get this, if I could realize this fantasy. But the jouissance that actually makes their life go round, that they're actually seeking, is in activities they don't even realize are the source of their enjoyment. And so, you know, the idea, why people stay in certain relationships, why people sabotage their careers, right? What you realize is that it doesn't have to do with this kind of phantasmatic jouissance they're telling you about. It usually has to do with some jouissance that they usually don't even notice is the source of their satisfaction or enjoyment. And so this is, you know, he was always concerned with topology, right? He was always trying to map the terrain that is the human being or the human psyche. And for him to shape people, to help them with their death drive, to help them with their jouissance, really involves locating what activities they actually get surplus enjoyment from. Where is there actually existing jouissance, right? Because it's not going to be where they tell you it's at. So all of this seems really theoretical and almost inessential, but it's really, really important, because when you start to analyze society through these terms, you realize the reason, you know, Spinoza has that great quote, right? Why do men desire their repression as if it is their freedom? This explains this kind of stuff, right? This explains why people allow certain systems of oppression or exploitation to reproduce themselves, because even though they have problems with them, right, there's also ways they enjoy them. And so part of us would have, part of being a critic of ideology or a cultural critic would be highlighting these forms of enjoyment that actually keep us locked into the system that some other aspect of ourselves would love to get out of. So it's weird, right? Because, like I say, because there's multiple aspects of ourselves. The drive is getting certain enjoyment, desire is doing its thing, you have fundamental fantasy. There's these different components. And to really figure out where the problem is in a specific situation involves understanding these different structures and how they work. And so that's why Lacan and Zizek go to so much work to make these distinctions and flesh them out. So, okay, so let's see. I want to say, these are some more of McGowan's bullet points. So I just want to go through these real fast. The goal of drive is false, obtaining the object, since its true aim is to continue missing it over and over again and getting jouissance from this repetition. Jouissance is found in the repetition of failed attempts to get the object, right? So that just says what we've already established. Desire is oriented around the lost object, whereas drive takes loss itself as its object. Drive is focused on loss more than desire. Why? Because desire keeps hoping that it will eventually get the object, like there is an actual positive object that will satisfy it. Desire seeks attainment of the object, whereas drive gives up on attainment. The irony is that drive is the one that ends up getting jouissance, whereas desire is a defense against it. And so, again, we kind of touched on that. Death drive produces enjoyment, jouissance through loss. Drive must be unconscious. Again, that's the whole thing, right? Drive operates at this unconscious level, and that's why a lot of this sounds counterintuitive, but drive is the logic of the unconscious. The unconscious obeys a logic of satisfaction, jouissance, and it gets this jouissance through loss, through self-sabotage, through sacrifice, through giving up the object, through missing the object. And that's what's so counterintuitive. I guess to simplify a bit, what is so hard to follow here is the idea that what gives us enjoyment is not getting what we want. That's what's so counterintuitive. But that's the psychoanalytic insight. And that's why we give ourselves so much trouble, right? We don't want to get what we want because we enjoy not getting what we want.
Is this just a way of like doing sort of a naturalized apologetics for capitalism, though?
Well, I don't know about that, because I mean the whole point is that Zizek uses all of this to show the problems with capitalism.
In that it's just parasitic on these mechanics and thrives off of them to our own detriment, and that by becoming more aware of these dynamics, we're able to come into a freer relation with it.
Yeah, but go back to the Fight Club example, right? He's the perfect consumer, right? So he's lived like the kind of society that consumer capitalism tells him is the good life. He's living it, and he's completely miserable and wants to break free of it. So that's death drive, right? The death drive in his situation, again, is the drive towards freedom, to destroy this consumer identity. And so, and we all know it, like you can have all of the consumer goods, you can, the video games and the clothes and all of that, and yet, like somehow this is not going to give me the happiness with a capital H that advertising and pop culture tell me it's going to give me. So, so the reason why the unconscious is unconscious is because it obeys a different logic than that of consciousness. And consciousness obeys the logic of pleasure, will to power, self-interest, etc. At the conscious level, we find pleasure in attaining the object, getting what we want. Conscious will is driven by the logic of attainment, where the unconscious drive is driven by the logic of sacrifice and loss. Drive wants to lose more slowly, not get what it wants more slowly. It wants to like savor missing the object. because again, it's through these acts, these repeated acts of not getting what you want, that it builds intensity, it builds jouissance. And McGowan points out Nietzsche's will to power is not a precursor for the death drive. They are opposites. Unconscious drive is all about undermining our power and not about giving us more power, right? And I mean, it can be inadvertent. It can go in the other direction. But the point is, will to power wants to seek a kind of mastery over your position in the world, but death drive wants to blow apart your position in the world. So the reason McGowan points that out is just a lot of people conflated will to power with death drive, and he's like, no, they're actually complete opposites. So,
oh wow.
But and I think McGowan
I
is
guess
great
that makes
here.
sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. So this is really insightful, right? Because I think we've been building to this question. It's like, you know, the elephant in the room. And I think McGowan does a great job of answering this question. He says, but why loss? Why does drive enjoy loss, right? That doesn't make any sense to us. Why would loss be enjoyable? We see examples of it all the time. Self-destructive behavior, war, etc. This all seems so stupid. Why do we do it? Loss and sacrifice create an object to desire. Think of the logic of scarcity, right? You want something because you can't have it. And so most objects around us are not objects of desire or even objects that the drive uses, right? Most objects are just physical objects. But what creates an object, like what makes it libidinal, right? And his point is going to be, it is loss or sacrifice, or in economic terms, scarcity, that makes it libidinally attractive or seductive in the first place. So the loss itself creates a sublime spark in the object. There's always been a link between sacrifice and the sacred, right? We see this throughout all of human history. Loss gives something to want by creating something valuable. Value comes into existence through sacrifice or loss or scarcity, or unattainability. Objects are not sublime or desirable in and of themselves. We must sacrifice them into existence. Our self-destructive behavior is a way to keep us desiring. Through loss, we produce and experience the enjoyable object, and this is why loss has such a fundamental role in our psyches, libidinal economies. Sacrifice and jouissance are always interconnected. So he gave us so much there, right? I think he connects so many dots, because you start to see why losing the object is so important, because it's through loss, it's through not getting what we want that we continue to desire. And that you know, it's an idea that's what keeps us moving. It keeps us going as human beings. I mean, again, if we really had every single need, desire, drive satisfied, we wouldn't even be humans at that point. Like I mean, you sit there like a rock, and for the rest of, I mean, it's bizarre, but we really are subjects of lack for Lacan and for Zizek, and without that lack, we wouldn't even be who we are. And so that's why our libidinal economies actually are geared towards us not getting what we think we want.
So if I want pizza, that's just pleasure, right?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, it's not to deny it. Like, we have certain
that's all that
nutritional requirements, like, of course. But that has to do with pleasure. But think about how much, especially in America, like, we just enjoy eating, right? We eat for the sake of eating, not to nourish ourselves. Like, really, nourishment has nothing to do with it. Think about, like, with sex, right? Human beings do not usually have sex for the sake of procreation. Like, that has nothing to do with what most sexual activity, right? It's the same with food. We don't really eat. I mean, we know we have to, of course, but we want to eat just to eat. And that's where it's like, of course, pleasure's involved in that, right? Like, but there's also jouissance in it. And you know that there's almost something enticing about eating bad food. right? It's almost like McDonald's tempts us way more than healthy, fresh food. And that's, and of course, that's not true for we're all different. We all have, but generally speaking, that seems to be the case with most Americans.
Michael.
And, so the difference between pleasure and jouissance helps make sense of this. So
I agree. And Canary in chat said, wow, didn't know psychoanalysis theory is so dank. And then they said, danker than memes, to be honest.
I have to say, okay, I'm going to show my age here. And I'm not a boomer, I'm an Xer, god damn it. But I like the word dank. Like, the younger generation uses the term. We only used it for dank weed. But yeah, I like I like that word.
It's dank. It's dank. It's lit.
Yeah, lit. That's another one. That's what the kids are saying these days.
It's fire. Yeah.
Make me feel old. Well, okay, we're almost done with wrapping up the Zizek stuff. He's okay. So it's impossible to take the death drive up consciously. Now we already mentioned that, but it's not like you can just merge at the conscious level with the will of your death drive. It's always something that's out of sight, or you can never really align yourself with, but it's always operative. And again, it's because its logic is one of unconscious. Again, at the conscious level, all we do is fixate. I want that. I want this. I want to attain this. I want to get that. I want money. I want a car. I want to get married. I want to, all the stuff people sit around and talk about what they want. But that's what's troubling for us, is that there's this other part of us, which is the unconscious, and the way it desires, or the way its drive moves, is toward loss and sacrifice and not getting what we want. So that's another way that we are just fractured at the ontological level. We're always moving in two different directions. And that's why all of this is so foreign, because the point is the unconscious has a totally different structure to how it desires or yearns, whatever words we want to use, however it wants. And it's at odds with what we think is, how we perceive things at the conscious level. So the best, McGowan says, the best we can do is reconcile ourselves to the death drive. We must face that it is always at work beneath consciousness, and that it will always be with us. We must make a conscious allowance for the unconscious death drive. When it bursts into our lives, we should recognize it and accept it instead of trying to avoid it entirely. Trying to avoid it is what leads to displacing it onto others and ends in aggression. So it's almost as if we have to leave certain room for our self-destructive moments, even though they are self-destructive, because if we try to repress them into oblivion, really they're just going to manifest themselves in even stronger, more violent, more aggressive ways. So it's almost like you got to leave some room in your life for the ways that you fuck up your own life, because if you try to stop them entirely, it's like you end up exploding. And so here in closing on this part, right, and we're going to go into the other discussion, but this is where you get into some counterintuitive stuff, right? Because so far you would think death drive and ethics would be totally opposed, but Lacan, Zizek, McGowan, they all connect death drive to ethics. And you go, well, how the hell do you do that? So McGowan says, both drive and ethics involves a sacrifice of oneself, of all aspects of one's symbolic identity. The ability to accept or choose an absolute law is what makes us ethical beings. This is why we can link death drive to Kant's categorical imperative, or the moral law. Death drive undermines self-interest, and the Kantian moral law tells us to act without self-interest. There is a real ethical component to death drive. Death drive has the possibility of ethics and the possibility of violent aggression, which happens when it doesn't take the ethical path. So that's the unique thing. Like, the truly moral act of sacrificing yourself for someone else, that is completely going against your self-interest. And so in a weird way, it aligns with the trajectory or the movement of death drive. And so this is one of these weird, really weird, counterintuitive identifications, or at least associations. But he thinks that great ethical actions really can involve death drive. That death drive is this momentum that pushes us to sacrifice ourselves, destroy ourselves on behalf of somebody in need.
So be a militant with that death drive.
Exactly, right? And so he's saying that there's these different options, right? There's where death drive can actually serve us in a highly ethical way, but it also can be behind the most violent, horrible forms of aggression we manifest. So it depends on how the death drive is being, and it's not like we have total conscious control of it, but this is where being aware of it can help us. Maybe we can't like aim it like you aim a gun, but the more you realize what's going on it, like, it's not that consciousness never has any influence whatsoever. So the idea is the hope that the death drive would end up getting aligned to a noble cause, right? That's ethical, opposed to a really horrible, violent aggression.
Anarchist tech support said, "Be right back. Got to go riot."
You're right. Yeah. No. Here's the other weird connection, right? Death drive and religion. Because you want to go, well, how does death drive and religion go together? There's another lecture McGowan gives on religious conversion. And he doesn't talk about death drive in it, but if you know his other work, you know that death drive's in the background. And so the connection works like this. Death drive can lead us to a religious conversion or to a Kierkegaardian leap of faith. Well, you think, like, well, why would death drive lead to a, like, okay, you were raised Christian, but then you become I mean, it could even be like you were raised a Christian, so you become an atheist, or you were a Christian and you become a Buddhist, or you were a Muslim and you become a Christian, right? These kind of really strong conversions that people have throughout their lives. How are they connected to death drive? Well, think about that famous passage from 2 Corinthians. It's 2 Corinthians 5:17, where St. Paul says, "Therefore, if any man be in Christ, he is a new creature. Old things are passed away. Behold, all things are become new." Now think about that, right? And connect that to what Lacan said earlier, right? Lacan says, will to destruction, will to make a fresh start. And he says of death drive that given that it is given that it challenges everything that exists, but death drive is also a will to create from zero, a will to begin again. Is that not a religious conversion? It's like you start your whole life. It's like it's a weird kind of reboot where your whole symbolic identity has changed in making a fundamental conversion. And it doesn't even just have to be religious. I mean, I think you and I made a conversion to philosophy at a certain point in our lives that fundamentally altered our whole sense of self, our position in the symbolic order, our worldhood, all of this. Yeah. But religion's the great example of this kind of thing. So, symbolic death for the sake of a new symbolic life. This is a radical act of freedom. So, this brings us to Zizek's great insight, and this is I don't know, this one really caught me when I read it, because I think it's really unique. So I'm going to finish this section on Zizek just with a couple of his quotes, because we see how this religious conversion, it frees you from your old life. It opens up a whole new symbolic identity, a whole new world for you, and it's like you immediately, it's like Paul says, you're a new creature in Christ Jesus. And this ability for death drive to be at work in these religious conversions is it shows how much freedom that death drive, despite all the problematic aspects of it, actually has this quality of liberation to it. So if anybody's listening and you want to go read something by Zizek himself, there's a book called Conversations with Zizek, and I give it my highest recommendation. It is amazing. Yeah, hit the amazing. Where is it? I'm waiting for it. Amazing.
Oh. You want me to actually push it? Here we go.
Amazing.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, now I feel better.
Amazing.
Hold on.
Amazing.
Okay, so here's where a really fundamental insight comes in that Zizek points out. And again, if you want to read Zizek, read the book Conversations with Zizek, because it's a series of interviews and he's being incredibly clear and he's touching on all of the key aspects of his philosophy. So that's the place to start with Zizek. But he says, the question that really needs to be addressed is, are we really simply determined by genes? To put it in naive terms, is it possible to save human freedom in the face of the prospect of the full definition of one's genome, of our biological formula? The true philosophical question that I see here is to reformulate the notion of human freedom in the very context of genetic knowledge, and to develop in what sense we would still be free, what autonomy means, and so on. I think it can be done precisely through psychoanalysis, and especially the notion of death drive. Death drive is not simply death drive is not something that is in our genes. There is no gene for death drive. If anything, death drive is a genetic malfunction. So then he's going to go on to take the point home. Paradoxical as it may sound, psychoanalysis also opts for autonomy. The psychoanalytic name for this autonomy is death drive. Death drive is not something manipulated by circumstances. Death drive just is this non-functional thrust of our libido or will that cannot be explained in objective terms. It means that there is in human beings an aspect of behavior that persists beyond any instrumental activity towards achieving certain goals: pleasure, reproduction, wealth, power. It's a kind of self-sabotaging drive against the usual inscription of psychoanalysis into the naturalistic determinist framework where the human being is controlled by unconscious desires. I think that paradoxically, psychoanalysis is the strongest assertion of autonomy. Death drive is the name for autonomy. Now that's huge, right? Because he's saying that we talk about free will versus determinism, all this. It might not be free will, but he's saying that human beings truly are free from nature because of death drive. That death drive is what separates us from basically being like biological puppets or existing only in deterministic terms, because it goes against every natural imperative that you can think of. And Todd McGowan points this out, right? This is why so much of current, quote, science-based psychology rejects psychoanalysis, is because of the concept of death drive. And why would it reject the concept of death drive? Because it goes against all of Darwin's basic biological principles. The organism wants to strike up a balance with its environment. It wants to maintain homeostasis. It basically wants to be in pleasure. It wants to be safe, secure, all of these kind of things that we associated with pleasure. Death drive is something in us that wants to totally break apart our safety in our environment, our self-security, our stable access to the material things that we need to exist. Like, it wants to undermine all of that, and that goes against all of the ways that biology, since Darwin, conceptualize us, right? It's this totally, in the way that we're talking, it's almost like anti-science, right? Because it goes against every scientific theory of what it is to be a human being as a, as species of in the natural world. And so McGowan and Zizek think that this is why science or science-based psychologies or psychiatries have such a problem with psychoanalysis, is this concept of death drive. But death drive is precisely why we as human beings are free in a way that other species are not.
Well, and this
our self-interest that we're free.
And there are, psychology like little hubs, departments, spread throughout the U.S. Just barely holding on to their certification, where the people studying this stuff have to do twice as much work because they also have to study all the American stuff just to get the certification. So if you're studying psychology at Duquesne University, you're studying all of what we're talking about right now, but you also have to study, just the mainstream stuff. So I met some of them. Like they have really intense, they have to do twice as much work. Imagine having to understand Lacan while still getting a nursing degree. Like they actually do shit like that. Like at Duquesne University, continental philosophy is like in almost everything. If you're going into nursing, you're reading Levinas. It's amazing. And
seems unthinkable.
Right? Yeah. Same thing with there's a lot of that at I think Seattle U. I'm not sure, but they have like a Levinas hub. But it's like this is all continental philosophy stuff, and Lacan is prominent. So, but they all have the same. It's funny. Like they all have different critiques, but all these critiques overlap on their critiques of American psychology.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, so here's the thing. I just want to. I mentioned some of these fun little points to talk about real fast, and then we can finish it out. But just a couple of examples and little things I want to touch on. So a great example, I think, of American death drive are all of the Memorial Day parties that we saw. Lake of the Ozarks, Jersey Shore. We're in the middle of this pandemic, and everybody, you see these footage of nobody social distancing, nobody's wearing masks, and it's not for a noble cause like we see with the riots. No, it's just young people want to go get drunk and high and sit at the pool, right? Well, that totally goes against self-interest. There's just no way to make sense of that in terms of pleasure or self-interest or anything. And so you see that the enjoyment in the situation is precisely risking your self-interest, your stability, your health, right? It's almost as if taking the risk of getting coronavirus and doing it anyway is what's enjoyable in the scenario. So I don't know. I felt like the Memorial Day parties were just a great example of death drive.
Yeah.
And then if you guys want to go watch a movie that I think fully embodies death drive, it serves as a great example from beginning to end. It's on Netflix right now, and it stars Adam Sandler, and it's called Uncut Gems. And yeah. I won't ruin anything for you, but the basic premise, it's just about this guy who's a gambling addict, and it's easy to, we probably already know where I'm going with this, but he can't stop this gambling. He's constantly self-sabotaging and putting his life on the line because he just cannot accept pleasure. Like, he just has to keep going. He has to keep risking. He has to keep pushing it further. And you see that, I think that serves as a great example of death drive. Another example, oddly enough, I think there's a current musician that his work from beginning to end really is a great study of death drive and all of the pain and the trouble and all of the turmoil that it can bring. And it's The Weeknd, right? The Weeknd is constantly, I mean, from beginning to end in his discography, he's always singing about sex and drugs and everything. And I mean, those seem like pretty generic topics, but the way he does it is really unique and really singular. And it's really about all the pain that he's in because he can't stop pursuing these forms of enjoyment. And it's like, no matter how much they destroy his life, no matter how destructive they are, no matter how much the effects of them damage his life, he just has to keep going and going and going. And so I also see him as a figure of death drive, a figure of jouissance. Yeah, the more you read his lyrics and you follow his albums and everything, you're like, my God, this poor guy. It's like you just want him to have a moment of peace and pleasure. But no, he's hooked on the chaos. He's hooked on the too much trouble as Lacan put it. And so here's probably the most relevant stuff. And again, there's a lot of different ways we could approach this, but I think it's important to touch on this, right? I think death drive operates different on the political right and on the political left. And obviously there's different, you know, we could talk about the normie centrist, right? And we could talk about liberal leftists versus, you know, the Marxist, or, you know, what's the distinction? Basically dirtbags and SJWs, I guess, or hard left, soft left, whatever you want to call it, right? There's different groups we could focus on, but if we just stay at a more a broad level, right? You think about how death drive functioned on the right, and it tends to function, I mean, in the worst scenarios, right? In Nazi Germany, for example, with the fascists, it always is geared towards an external object, right? So it's like, okay, if we get rid of the scapegoat, that, you know, there's always a scapegoat that's the source of all the problems, right? But when you think about the histories of these fascist societies, they completely destroy themselves in trying to destroy the group that they blame for all the problems, right? And so the death drive is operative in, like, the way these societies destroy themselves is by targeting a group that they consider to be outside themselves, right? And that's unique. I mean, let's be honest, like, the idea of the Nazi Germany, right? Oh, well, the problem is the Jews. Let's get rid of the Jews and everything will be okay. But really, fascism destroyed Germany in a way that nothing could have done. You know, yes, there were economic problems they were dealing with, and there was all kind of social issues, but fascism destroyed Germany, and it still haunts Germany, right? I mean, the sheer horror of what that regime did completely and utterly undermined the German identity and the German pleasure, you know, they were seeking to, you know, establish. At least that's what, you know, the way they would talk about it, and they completely destroyed their country. And so, but again, when a fascist society destroys itself, it's usually by focusing on some group, some scapegoat that it views as this external referent outside of itself, right? Oh, they intruded our organic society and they destabilized it, and if we get rid of them. But it's really in making this false identification, because it's never the scape group that destabilized the society in the first place. In the case of the Nazis, it was just good old-fashioned contradictions of capital, right? It was capitalist society that had caused all these problems. But in failing to recognize the structural problems of capitalism, it takes all those structural problems and displaces them on an empirical reference. Oh, it's the Jews, right? And that makes things much more simple to understand, even though it's complete bullshit. And so you see that the structure of these fascist societies always destroy themselves and undermine themselves precisely by trying to defend themselves by blaming some group, some scapegoat group. And we see death drive at work in fascist societies that way. Yeah. But I think, and this is a lesson for the left, right? I mean, even on YouTube, we see this divide between leftists and all of this. It seems like the left's death drive is always internal. It's not like, oh, there's this group and it came and it's fucking everything up and we get rid of that group. The left, like, eats itself alive from the inside, and it does it in many different ways. But you know, and it's different. I mean, comparing, you know, what happens on BreadTube opposed to Soviet Unions, that's a big difference there. Don't get me wrong, but there's something in leftism that's like, it prevents itself from ever accomplishing anything, actually doing anything for its own self-interest, by constantly eating itself up by, oh, you're not a true leftist, you're not part of it, you know, and more and more factionalism. I mean, just like, if the object that the left, whether we're talking desire, drive, however, you know, just at a more simplified level, the object we're aiming at is a new society built on freedom, justice, equality, all of these great principles, right? But the problem is leftists are human beings too, right? It's not like we have some super subjectivity that allows us to step outside of the confines of normal human subjectivity. And because we know that, and I wholeheartedly believe this, if the left doesn't get power, if the left doesn't truly get a position in society to make effective changes, we're all fucked. And
Yeah.
I truly believe like only a left can save us. But there's so much infighting that I think so much of the time leftists, their liberal economies get fixated on just saying to somebody, you're not a real leftist, you're not in the group, you're canceled, like all of these kind of things that actually prevent widespread solidarity across all kinds of different types of people, right?
Yeah.
It's like more and more like you have to do this
people's because your political identity is one that is set up in juxtaposition to other people, right? And so you're held together by the fact that you hate the liberals or that you hate the megas or whatever, it's like so it's like these groups in a sort of way like feed one another their sense of self, and it's just like it sucks because we have to figure out a way of like undoing that or redirecting it towards something. I don't know, like that's what it seems like,
that is precisely how the left undermines its self-interest and the interest of humanity as a whole, right? So that's why I say this whole thing about death drive, and now, yes, we've talked for a long time now, but I think death drive is fundamentally essential because we need it to stop. I think the way it operates on the left is really bad right now, and I don't know, it has a tendency to do that even in different forms of leftism, but it's like we need the left to win, and there's different ways for death drive to be directed, right? It doesn't have to always. Sometimes it's this really liberatory thing. It's geared towards freedom, and right, it wants to take us out. You want the death drive to be completely fixated on building large-scale coalitions of people that could actually get it to where we could do something besides neoliberal capitalism, to get outside of capitalist realism, right? We want the death drive to sabotage our capitalist realist selves. And the thing is, though, the way it's organized, the way it's directed right now, is in just completely preventing the left from getting any meaningful political power, right? And I mean, I say this as a leftist, right? But we see this right now. It's like there's just, with coronavirus and everything, it's like there is no left that even exists in positions of power to really get. I mean,
yeah, like you said this to me before. Like you've got, there's a bunch of churches you could go to actually, like if you kind of get in, fall in line with them, then they'd be able to help you out when you're on hard times. And there's just like, that's not like nobody thinks of the left this way. Which is part of like the idea of dual power structures, and one of the reasons there are people that do this kind of work. But I mean, it's whereas that it definitely doesn't have that presence or force.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah,
and so I think it's
an
one of these things where,
but maybe that will change in the next 2 years, as what we see right now just keeps building into something fucking dope. Maybe we'll see.
That's definitely the hope. And but no, I think this is why, again, just to kind of tie it all together, this is why libidinal economy or psychoanalysis is essential to Marxism, leftism, whatever, anarchism, the various types of leftism, where we realize that there's something besides self-interest going on, and we have to realize that we very well can be harming our self-interest as leftists or Marxists or whatever we are, and the more we realize that, at least you become aware of it. You can start to try to shift it or realize like, oh, I'm adding to this, or that's the whole point of Zizek's famous "I would prefer not to," right? Is it's death drive minus the enjoyment you get from the situation, right? So part of it is Zizek's always talking like we self-sabotage because we enjoy it, but if we could free ourselves, if we could like free ourselves from the enjoyment we get from resisting, then we could free ourselves up for all kinds of new things. And so you know, there's all kinds of ways that we enjoy self-sabotaging, and it on the left, it's just as true as anywhere. And
I said this earlier I was saying earlier in chat, I was like, it seems like just being aware of how these things are either operating or possibly operating in any given situation can be good for just relationships in general. Also just for like looking at social situations. In a way that I feel like gives you a little distance from like this sort of reductive essentializing of the people involved, and to just kind of lets you see, oh shit, there's a lot of complex bullshit going on right now, you know?
Well, and Zizek, his whole point, and he emphasizes this, it's like, of course, making things conscious has some effect. He's not saying that every aspect of ourselves it can be fundamentally altered just because they become conscious, but he thinks a great deal can. And that's part of psychoanalysis, right? Is making the unconscious conscious. And once something becomes conscious, it doesn't seem to work the same way it did prior. It's like it's forever altered just in becoming conscious. And so the more we're aware of this stuff, the more it like forces death drive to have to go in different directions because it can't get the same enjoyment precisely because you have figured out the game. And it's weird. It's not that we change ourselves just by totally transform ourselves just by making these unconscious mechanisms conscious, but it's like it forces the unconscious to do something new because the old game's been spoiled, and that's where we create ways to free ourselves from certain forms of enjoyment.
Sniff, sniff, my gut.
This is how ideology functions today.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good place to end it. And
yeah,
I know it's been a long one, but you know,
I'm just like, I don't know. I just, you know, okay. So so for the people who've been following along with us on this series, or for the people who've just arrived for the first time, for the people who've just arrived for the first time, make sure to check out the first and second in this series because they give a lot of the background. Right now, we're kind of riffing off of, or just really elaborating on a particular section within a much broader sort of framework that's been established in the last couple. And so, a lot of people were asking, when's the next one? I have to say, I'm really excited for the next Lacan one, but also just for the ideology one, because Michael has said, you know, or expressed interest in doing one that's just on ideology and would draw off of not just Lacan and Žižek, but also Baudrillard and Marx and others as well, because people throw this word around a lot, and there's definitely a lot of people who think this word just means a belief system, right? I've heard ideology and philosophy get used interchangeably.
That's not what it is.
Oh my fucking god! No, don't do that, please. I'm a philosopher, and by that I mean an ideologue. Yeah. But you know, okay, so we're laughing. That's ridiculous. Why is that ridiculous? Well, we'll just do a whole thing on it, you know, and I'm really excited to do that. But I'm going to take this break from the internet and focus on my book for a while. You'll be focusing on your book. But one thing that we've been doing on the side with all of our free time, is going along through Seminar 11. We've taken like a couple week break here, but you know, we're working through it. Seminar 11 is just like one in a series that Lacan did. And it's fucking ridiculously difficult. Don't go read it. I don't literally no one read it. Please don't go read Michael's article on Lacan. What, you know, check out Todd McGowan. Don't bother reading Lacan.
I want to plug McGowan's. McGowan has an amazing podcast, and you can learn so much about Lacan and Žižek and Hegel. It's called Why Theory. And he does it with one of his former students named Ryan Ingley. And these two, it's just it's my favorite podcast right now. So go check out Why Theory if you want to learn more about Lacan, Žižek, Hegel. It's amazing.
Amazing.
All right. On that note, we're going to close out. So everybody, thank you. Much love.
Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Take care.
Have a good night.
Night, Michael.
Later.
All right, everybody. So the reason that it took a couple of months to get this posted after the fact was because I have had a lot going on, and I've been trying to research and work on my book, and I did that sabbatical and all of that kind of stuff. But also, yeah, I just wanted to let everybody know that Michael did put out on his The Dangerous Maybe blog an awesome post on the phallus. It's very long, but nobody is complaining about the length because who would complain about a long phallus? Just kidding. But, you know, if you seriously want to get deeper into Lacan, there's no better way than starting with that post. So go check it out. And just by the way, the two of us have been working regular jobs, and it's killing us because we're trying to work on these books at the same time. And, you know, when are we going to do the next installment on this series? Who knows? So I guess, you know, for the time being, like, we have to focus on necessity, and we're kind of trapped in that realm. So if there is anybody rich who wants to empower the working class with theory, then consider donating $1 million to Michael and I so that we can just focus on our projects instead of having to go clock a 9 to 5. So, and if anyone else just wants to donate towards our pizza fund or, you know, whatever, tips, you know, for this effort we're doing, then for me, it's theoryplebe.com/theoryplebe or theoryplebe.com/donate. And in either one of those cases, I appreciate it a lot. But Michael has yet to set up a Patreon. And so for the time being, if you just make the donation to me through PayPal and say that this is for Michael or part of it's for Michael, you know, 50-50, whatever you want to do, then I will send it to him, which I did for this stream. We did get like $50 for pizza. So I did give Michael $25 and he went and got a pizza. So thank you to the people who were donating towards our pizza fund during that stream. And we look forward to doing more in the future, hopefully. Take care.